Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Katega Zero, but all my friends call me Cat, and you can too. Today is Weeb Wednesday, and we're going to talk about Dandadan and Sakamoto days.
Yes. Very good.
It's just like tremendously excellent, both of them. I think Dandadan, for its sheer fluidity, is going to be one of those like classic anime that people are still talking about like 10 years.
Oh,
I don't know about Sakamoto days yet, but
yeah,
it's up there. It's real good,
yeah,
but it's also not something a lot of people are going to fuck with.
yeah, it's getting there, though, to be honest. Like, just with those two
Yeah.
episodes, I'm like, as long as it kind of keeps pace with how good it is, I could see people fucking with this for, like, years.
Yeah, like it could turn out to be one of the best, like, action comedies of, like, the last 10 years or so. It could, but, like, that's why we give, like, a new anime, like, the 3-episode rule, right? To make sure that it's actually going to stick with that the entire time.
Yeah. But as far as, like, the tone, I'm hopeful.
I am also very hopeful. But before we actually get into all that, how have you been doing? What you been up to?
I have been good. I have been getting into a TTRPG called Cortex Prime.
Matt Coville talks about that one a lot.
Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah, maybe not Prime, but he does talk about Cortex. Because I've definitely heard him talk about it multiple times.
Yeah, I haven't watched his recent videos lately, so...
I haven't either, but he's also slowed down on making them because, like...
He's making his own fucking TTRPG.
Yeah, that's one reason, but the other reason he actually stated in one of his relatively recent videos about, like, he's done most of what he can video-wise on, like, how to DM, how to play these games and everything.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like, I don't really have much more to do, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Like, if he said what he's got to say, then... You know. The thing with Cortex Prime, and Cortex Plus, which was the previous iteration, is it's not a TTRPG as such, as it is a tool to make your own TTRPG.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it's got so many modular bits to it that you can kind of make whatever you want.
It sounds like it's kind of GURPSy, but, like, less crunchy.
A little, yeah. It's
because that's basically what GURPS is as well. It's not strictly a TTRPG by itself. It's the name GURPS is literally like generic universal role playing system.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like that's literally what it does. It's also very crunchy because the people who made it wanted theirs to be more simulationist.
Yeah. Like it's not as simulationist. It is much more rooted in the narrative. A lot of abilities and things they talk about, it rarely says that you die. It says you're taken out of the scene. Which can mean you die. Yeah. But, like, one of the only times it mentions death is in a optional rule for doing life points instead of conditions.
I'm gonna fucking explode. Been live for less than 5 minutes and I just got a goddamn text message from my housemate.
Alright, we will be right back, folks.
I swear, dude.
Alright, be right back, folks.
Yeah, we'll take it a minute for my hips and my legs to calm down a little bit before we, like, continue forward. But yeah, like, if you want to see a face reveal from me, you just join the Discord down below my stream in the about section there. Because like yesterday I recorded a video of me walking to the kitchen, and it like the whole video is like a genuine like entire ass minute long thing. Yeah, it's 1 minute and 8 seconds just for me to get to the kitchen from my desk.
Yeah.
Of course, like if I was an able person, it would take like 20 seconds, but you know. That's might also just be because I'm really fast by nature. Like I just move very quickly. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly would be quicker at least, though.
Because I remember when I first got here, it was not that big of a deal, right? Like it took like 20, 30 seconds, but now it's more than twice that. But yeah, like you can see the face reveal, and like as soon as you see it, it's like, oh yeah, that is just your avatar. It is just you. It's like, yeah, that's. I
Yeah.
designed my avatar exactly like that on purpose. In fact, I wore that mask that I'm wearing in that video for the reference, as when I took the picture for the reference when I was designing my avatar, specifically because I didn't want the flesh mouth and features of my face to like get in the way of the whole idea of like a featureless mask, right?
Yep. I get you. But yeah,
I mean,
so
my hair's a little wild right now, but
yeah, Cortex Prime. Yeah, so you only really die. It only
I'm
says
glad you
die.
remembered what the fuck we were talking about because I didn't.
Yeah, so you only really die worded in it with some of the life point rules, and there's also another way to do health. Essentially, is tracking stress and trauma.
That's pretty good. We do a really basic system for that instead. It's like a morale system.
Okay.
You just get like massive negatives to stuff, like the more traumatized and in shock you are. And you can develop like permanent fucking conditions from it, of course, just like you can in real life. Like it's not guaranteed, just like in real life. But if you see some fucked up shit, you might have some nightmares for a while. And if you roll poorly on your on like the just like a random chance roll, basically, you might end up with PTSD. Maybe.
Yeah. Uh, so it's pretty interesting. I still need to read some of the settings, including I didn't know this until recently, but they're doing a game for a version of Cortex for Dragon Prince.
Interesting. Okay, it's like to tailor the optional rules and the modules and all that shit to be exactly what you need for it.
Yeah, tailor it, have a setting book, that kind of thing. Have some suggested, like characters you could do, or, archetypes, things like that, so they could help you out with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the main thing is it relies on trait sets. Everything is
Same.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is a trait set. The attributes are a trait set. The main one is distinctions, which is, as you might imagine, things distinct to your character. It can depend from game to game what these are. These could be two-handed fighter, or it could be cleric of blah 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 blah.
Okay, I see. We have a similar system in RPG. It's done through the tags on the traits instead, though, rather than like a whole ass package.
Yeah.
I think I've talked about them a little bit before, and especially in, like off stream to you because you were asking about it the other day, I think, and I was just like throwing information at you. For it's more like a skill tree in the traits, right?
Right.
You need like a certain amount of like this number tagged traits to get to the really good shit. And if you have like 8 assassin tagged traits and like 2 fighter tagged traits, some people might think you're a fighter, but most people are going to think you're an assassin.
Yeah,
because like you've got the skill set for it.
Yeah, understandable. So yeah, the way rolls work in like rolling dice works in Cortex Prime is you have 3 dice at least. You roll your dice pool of every trait that applies to the roll. You keep 2 to act as the actual number, and then you have a effect die, which the only thing about the effect die that matters is what kind of die it is. D4 through D12.
Okay.
And base rules are, if you win the roll, you apply a condition to the opponent or whoever equal to the effect die.
I cannot imagine having like a fucking dice pool of like 10 and then just rolling snake eyes on all of them.
That is called a botch. And
Like
the DM gets to
the
do
more
some
dice you
shit.
have, the more unlikely it is for that to happen, right?
Yeah, the more dice you have, the more unlikely it is for it to happen. There are also special things you can get for rolling hindered versions of your distinctions, usually, but it could be other traits as well. Basically, rolling a d4 instead of whatever you normally roll. Because that's more likely to get you a 1, which gets you a hitch, which gives the DM room to fuck with you.
Okay, fair enough.
And similarly, the DM rolling a hitch or a botch gives an opportunity to the players. So it's not a one-sided system either.
So I'm always curious at like why people choose the specific dice sets they do for their TTRPGs, because like first off, we just sort of like grandfathered in 3D6, the 3D6 system specifically from GURPS, but we liked D6s specifically because you can play, that means you can play fucking AWRPG with any dice set. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. As long as you've got a D6 in there, you're good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you own a copy of Monopoly, you can play AWRPG.
Yeah. And like people who play Shadowrun are just like, yes, I can get rid of all my extra dice. Yeah, exactly. You only need 3. That's it. It's all anyone needs. It's
Yeah.
3. Like you can do it with just 1, but you'd have to, remember what you rolled previously. And then like sum it up afterwards. Which is annoying, but it's possible.
Yeah, so from what I understand with Cortex, the reason they do it is because they do want those opportunities of rolling a 1. They also wanted to make it more simple by not having usually a numerical value associated with a trait, but instead a dice value.
Okay.
So when you level up a trait or whatever, you can step up the dice value.
Much more swingy.
Yes, they also do want it to be swingy in a particular way. Because I feel like
swingy to like make it dramatic, right? Like I understand the vision. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Because like a D20 is swingy, but it can be swingy in a less dramatic way, if you get me.
Mm-hmm. Whereas taking just reaching into your dice bag and grabbing a fucking fistful of everything that you got in there, and just throwing it on the fucking board, that'll get you some weird results. Believe me.
Yes, and it gives you interesting choices because you have to choose 2 die for the actual number and a die for the actual effect die. So you have to decide, like, do I want the higher, you might have a decision of, do I want the higher roll or do I want the higher effect die?
Yeah, okay, that does seem interesting. Not in the way that I prefer my games to be interesting, but it does seem like a lot of people would fuck with that.
Yeah, exactly. And it gives a lot of room, more than GURPS does, to make your own game. Like, they do have suggested attribute sets and things, but it is very much not set in stone. So you could decide, maybe I want courage, guile, and other things for traits instead of strength and dexterity. And you don't necessarily need the trait sets to be attributes and skills and distinctions. It could be distinctions, relationships, and values.
I wonder if it's just D&D doing this to my brain, because that's like, of course, that's the first TTRPG I ever really played. But 6 seems the perfect amount for number of stats or attributes, right?
Yeah, I get you.
Like 5 is too few, not by a lot, but too few, and then 7 is like, okay, what are you doing?
Oddly enough, though, people do manage with just 3.
I'm sure they do.
That's weird to me. I think that's too few, but
Because I can imagine something like that. It's like if I were to equate it to 8 of your RPG stats, I could compress strength and fortitude into one, agility and intellect into another, and then charisma and will into another.
Yeah, it's basically a lot of them do physical, mental, and social as their 3 stats.
That's roughly where that was at, yeah. So what I was thinking of was physical, perception, and then mental.
Yep, which, yeah, could also work. So they figure stuff out, but yeah, I agree that I think the ideal for me is somewhere between 5 and 7.
So 6, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, like, some games can manage with 5 and some can do well with 7.
It's true, but I was also thinking of like fucking Shadowrun with like 8 or 9 stats, depending like what edition you're playing.
Yeah, I could also see that.
Because like the what we do in AWRPG is we use your general experience, which is just like your generic bullshit that you can just spend on literally anything, as the stand-in for like fate coins or edge or whatever other systems call it. Right? We use that as a stand-in. So the more that you do in the game, the more you're able to just sort of like fuck around and like throw points into things and like ensure your rolls get good through like inspiration and shit.
Yeah, so like yeah, their example of a swashbuckling game, they have courage, faith, guile, reason, and vigor.
Okay, I can see that.
And faith doesn't have to be in higher powers, it could be faith in others.
It also sounds a bit like confidence instead of faith specifically.
Yeah.
But calling it confidence would cut into courage a little bit. So like I can see why they called it faith.
Yeah, it's belief and conviction in higher powers or in others.
Conviction, there we go. That's a good term for it instead of faith.
Yeah, so you could change out the word there and it would make sense.
Or trust, maybe. Conviction or trust would go well.
Yep.
But I would prefer conviction because I'm a melodramatic asshole.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, come on. I name like my fucking dark elves in Well of Souls are all named shit like sacrifice, faith, conviction, repentance, etc. in Irish. All right.
Yeah, I get you exactly.
Like A3 is repentance, if I remember correctly. So like when I made that fucking Dunmer that I showed off to you, A3 wailing stars, like that's repentance wailing stars. It's like fucking grieving knights will like literally charge into the battlefield and just scream shit like "Witness my contrition." It's great. I love them. I love the Dark Elves.
Yeah, and it does have a mod to the relationship trait set that is your reputation among the various factions or organizations in your game.
I forgot to post the stream alerts. We've been live for 30 minutes.
Indeed, you do.
Like 20 of that was me like doing something else, but still.
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that as well.
Fuck. I posted a joke in my Blue Sky one, but I forgot to say that it's Weeb Wednesday.
There we go.
There, excellent. All right. Sorry. Fuck. Anyhow, can I gush about like I can't believe the Dark Elves reminded me of it, but can I gush about my Dark Elves for a minute?
Please do.
Because I love my Dark Elves. Okay, so like I was trying to figure out how to like make more ethnicities for the elves, right? Because I didn't want to just have my wood elves. Which, yes, the gray elves are wood elves. I don't care that their trees are metal and they use steel swords. They are wood elves. Fuck you.
I mean, that.
I know they live in buildings. I know they farm. They're still wood elves. Eat shit.
Yeah. I mean, they're in woods. It's just the woods are interesting.
Yeah, I just made them live in the magic forest instead of a normal forest, all right? Like, come on. They live in an ironwood forest. Of course the ironwood is literal. It's ironwood. Damn it. So, whatever. I was trying to figure out how to like make more ethnicities because I didn't want to just have the one kind of elf, right? I didn't want a planet of hats. The same way that I don't want the dwarves to be just one type, or the humans to be just one type, or the orcs or the goblins, or dragons, whoever the fuck. Because the planet of hats is boring unless you're specifically constructing it to examine that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Hat in Time does that very well, because it's also Hat in Time. Like, a Planet of Hats is pretty good.
Yeah, like, that's very on the nose. So, my problem I ran into, though, is that in the history of my setting, the elves were nearly wiped out during a full-on genocidal war waged by a Dark Lord, a Demon Lord, the big bad evil guy of their era. And the Wood Elves are like one of the last remaining ethnicities and cultures of the elves left. And that's also true for the other ones, but I had to come up with reasons why the other ones were also still around, and not just the Wood Elves. Because the Wood Elves, the Grey Elves, were around because they were at the very end, like opposite end of the continent, and they still nearly got destroyed by Dark Lord Kai. Like, he still did it, like, he got there and he was defeated right as he was about to commit, like, full genocide, right? He just didn't quite get the chance because a hero actually stopped him. Finally. It took like 300 years, but they finally got a hero up to stop him. Anyhow, now the Wailing Elves, because I only have so much space to put the elves in above ground and, like, healthy and known to the world, there's only so much space on that, like, fucking shelf, like, coast of the continent.
Yeah.
I decided to put the Wailing Elves smack in the middle of the continent and just said, hey, they went underground and hid themselves with illusion magic. Like, the kind of shit that, like, you would only get from gods or, like, other settings might have in their mythic eras, Like, that's the kind of illusion magic they used. And they didn't know that the war had ended for, like, 800 years. So they sat underground with because the Wailing Elves didn't just bring the elves, they also brought all their human and orcish and dwarven and everyone neighbors, right? So there are also wailing dwarves and wailing orcs and so on and so forth.
Which is pretty fucking good unto itself as well, because that's the other thing I get annoyed about in fantasy is we have very distinct ethno-states in a lot of fantasy, whereas cultures should have more sway over how a group behaves more than ethnicity. Granted, you can have ethno-states, it's just a fantasy overuses.
You gotta do that on purpose, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, the Aldmeri Dominion in Elder Scrolls is really fucking good.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's an ethno-state, but it's on purpose. They are literally Nazis. They are elf Nazis.
Yeah, it's on purpose.
It's good shit.
Yeah, it's on purpose. And you can do it when it's, not on purpose by the people who are the ethno-state so much as they're kind of sequestered off. But, like, you have to do it on purpose as a creator rather than having it be the default.
Anyhow, yeah. So the thing with the Wailing Elves, though, is that there aren't really any Wailing Orcs or humans because they're one of the so-called younger races, as in they have a lesser lifespan, and there just wasn't enough in there for them to survive the whole time.
Yeah,
right? Because it's several hundred, like it's nearly a full ass millennium. you need a sizable population to maintain like even just a couple at the end of that.
Yeah,
right?
because at that
But
point,
for the elves, they just naturally live that long, so you know.
yeah, so like at that point, like I don't know how you do the genetics of your world, but if they can have babies, they probably pulled it more into the cultures of the longer lived.
Yeah, the elder races, the dwarves and the or not the orcs, the dwarves and the elves in this case. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, so there's probably like a tradition or two, but they largely see themselves as elves at this point.
Yeah, exactly. They see themselves as elves and dwarves. The whole culture, as in its entirety, is called like the Wailing Choir, or the I can't remember the name of the actual nation now because they did form a city state after they came back up off, from underground. Um, Something like the Wailing Valley or something like that, or the Grieving Valley, some shit. It's all in Irish and like a mix of Welsh and shit like that because that's what I use for the inspiration for Elvish languages. But I just don't have them memorized off the top of my head. Anyhow, um, so one day while they were trying to expand their like living space because there were getting to be too many elves in there, right? After 800 years, some of them are gonna fuck. Even if the humans and orcs all die out, like some of the remaining elves are still gonna fuck and like have babies, so they needed to expand and all that shit. So they're mining, and they crack into a mining tunnel from the neighboring dwarven culture, the neighboring dwarven clans that are in the area, and like after some fucking interpreters came around because you know it's a dead language at this point, Silver Elven is. Um, so they had to go get some of the elder dwarves who had studied that kind of thing and like bring them in and like all that shit to once everything got all sorted, the grieving elves discovered that they could have come up out of the ground 900 years ago.
Oof.
And that broke their fucking hearts. All of them, every single one of them, are just like fucking shattered by this because that means that their neighbors, their friends, their wives, their children, their husbands, their grandparents, all of them could still have like they could have seen the sun. They could have walked underneath the sky instead of like trapped in a hole. And not only that, but they still had like all of their silver elven technology, all their magitech. They could have saved so many lives if they had just stopped being cowards. That's what they think. It's not their fault, of course. They were in like panic mode, so trying to survive, right?
Yeah, like
they were doing everything they could.
Yeah, it's one of those things. They didn't have the technology to send out like a drone to survey shit.
Yeah, it's not that kind of technology. It's more like compare like 1800s technology to 1200s technology, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It still would have given them a massive advantage, but they couldn't do shit like drones. They just didn't have that capability.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have like a magical seeing eye so they could look out and see, oh, this shit's over. So, of course they're gonna stay down there until they know it's safe.
Yeah. And for people who just like think of my setting as like a generic fantasy setting, there isn't any divination. There is no divination. You cannot cast a scrying spell or like a far-seeing spell or anything like that. The closest you can get is by like magically conjuring a bunch of mirrors up in the sky to like bounce light around in images and shit like that. There is specific kinds of like magitech that can do it, but those require like ritual links, right? So if no one's on the other end of their particular like copy of this artifact, they can't call anyone. You can't like the essentially they're like basically like video radios, but you can't call someone who isn't already connected to you.
Yeah,
you can't do that. So like if there's no one on the other end of theirs, they can't actually get any information.
Yeah, and of course, that's dangerous because you'd have to send somebody up, and even if you were willing to sacrifice somebody to do that, that might lead the big bad back to you.
Exactly, yes. They hadn't opened those doors for nearly 1,000 years because they didn't want that to happen. They could not risk all of those children. Like, if it was just the adults, they'd be like, fuck it, we can try, right? But there were also kids and elderly and so on and so forth in there that couldn't do it. And these people weren't really warriors either. These were researchers and farmers and shit like that. All the warriors were at the front lines, you know, trying to fight Kai off. And they think that they could have saved everyone if only they weren't such cowards. They could have saved so many lives. And of course, like, that's obviously not the case. They would have just died as well as everyone else. But that's how they're thinking. So they've decided instead to grieve all souls who were lost during that time. During the 1,000 years they were underground, they have decided to grieve every soul that had died and they could not save because they were underground the whole time. So instead, they built a massive tower up into the heavens, and they call it... I forgot my own lore. Oh well, I'll look it up later. But the wailing choir sits inside this tower, and they sing the elven song of sorrows, which is what the elves sing when they lose a friend. It's a funeral song, right? Yeah. And they sing this elven song of sorrows all day, literally all day, all 24 hours in a day. They swap out, of course, there are shifts, so you can like go eat and sleep and like not kill yourself by doing this, because if they kill themselves like this, then like they can't continue to grieve for all these people that were lost.
Yeah.
And each shift is headed by one of the wailing siblings, one of the three one of the three immortal elves. One of the like difference here, an immortal elf in quotes is a true elf, a full 100% no mixed blood elf. They are literally biologically immortal. They cannot die of old age. Same as a dragon or, whoever the fuck else. Most elves are not immortal elves because all the immortal elves are fucking dead now. But whatever. Anyway, the three wailing siblings, who are all immortal elves, take turns as well with the shifts, and they spend 8 hours a day, each of them wailing and grieving for everyone.
Yeah.
And the wailing knights are their fighters. They're knights, the people who have like learned how to fight over the many years and then trained and then got themselves equipped as soon as they came up out of the ground, and they sortie out to go rescue people and protect people from like random monsters, bandits, fucking whatever. And their thing is that they wear full face masks that are like, they look like actual like human masks. They're not featureless or anything, but the faces are carved with tear tracks, and they are trying to repent, like culturally repent for like letting so many people die. They have like this huge thing of grief and mourning, and these grieving knights will just like wade into the thick of like the thickest battles. These are the most suicidal fucking elves I've ever made, by the way.
Yeah,
and they'll
sounds
just
like
wade straight in, no shield, just a really big fucking weapon and some plate armor, and just scream shit like "Witness my contrition."
God damn.
Yeah, it's great. I love these people.
Oh yeah, they're super interesting. I can see why you want to gush about them.
They've actually had a pretty big impact on the rest of the continent by now as well. So for people who don't know, I have two time periods for Well of Souls: the Age of Dark and the Era of the First Dawn. The Age of Dark is, well, the world is still trying to recover from the Dark Lord Kai and his shenanigans 1,000 years ago. It's getting close to what they were before, but not quite. They're at like 1400s, 1450s kind of technology versus what they were at, which is more like 1800s. And the Era of the First Dawn is when they've actually reached that point again. They've recovered. They don't have everything that they used to have, but they've come up with new things instead. It's roughly the same type of shit. Same technological era. And in the Era of the First Dawn, like maybe 200 or 300 years after the Wailing Elves have like crawled out of their hole, people make pilgrimages from all over the continent to the Valley of Grief to grieve with them, to like basically get therapy from the grieving elves,
which including
Dark Lord Gwyneth.
Oh,
Gwyneth has made many trips to the Tower of Grief. Many trips. Always in secret. She never goes as the head of state of her nation. She always just as her. And Archmage Evo Rin has gone. And like many of the big important characters of the meta setting of Well of Souls have gone to this place to like speak to them and grieve and like get therapy because no place else is safe for them.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. And then the last thing I will mention with Cortex is I love how the book has various art styles, which is definitely a plus for a setting or agnostic system.
While you're looking for that, the only other ethnicity of elves I have are the salt elves, the sea elves.
Oh yeah, I remember you
They're not
thinking
like
about
super
them.
well developed yet. Their environment is more developed than their actual culture is. But I have three in total. It's the dark elves, the high elves, and the wood elves, and that's like what they would map into on in D&D, right? Like you got the celestial elves, who are the moon, the sun, and the stars, who are also the high elves. You've got the dark elves, the drow, and then you've got the wood elves. And in my case, that's the salt elves, the grieving elves, and the gray elves. So what's this? What am I looking at? That's some good art.
Yep, that is just art throughout the book.
Many different styles.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I appreciate. One of the things I appreciate about it, because for a, like setting agnostic system, like that kind of helps you sell the fantasy a little bit, like sell the actual fiction of the various worlds that you could make with this.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think in the case of Cortex, that's a very good choice. Normally, you want your art styles to like mesh, like and be like pretty much the same thing throughout the entire book. But that's only when you're making stuff like with settings already, right? In this case, since they're trying to make something that's more modular and you can just like build your own out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like that. I wouldn't do that myself, but that's because like the conceit of my main rule book and the setting books is that there's a traveling scholar who goes through the
Yeah.
various worlds,
Yeah.
and it's all his work or
yeah.
their work or whatever. I haven't
Yeah, it's
decided.
literally a multiverse. Like, yeah, for yours, like, totally makes sense. Cohesive design, because it's supposed to be a multiverse where all of these worlds exist.
Yeah, and like for people who may be put off by that, you don't have to make them connected. Like they're each world has their own rules.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can have your own world rules. It's just that these settings in particular are built with those in mind.
Yes, exactly. So I had to make a very flexible system so it could handle like sci-fi, modern day, like and like medieval fantasy and all that shit all at once. Which I think I managed, but you know.
Yeah, so they have three settings that they have uh, listed in the book. There is Eidolon Alpha, which is summoning fantasy where you summon spirits for battle.
Okay. I was gonna say either that or a fucking Magitech sci-fi thing.
Yep.
I'm just judging by the name. Like that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, absolutely. Though you do have some of the traits of the spirits as well. And these include things like Wyvern, Minotaur, Griffin, Chimera, Gorgon.
Reminds me, I gotta work on gargoyles. Shit.
Yeah, and then let's see. Hammerheads is a setting of near future, essentially. Trying to think of a good way to say this. basically disaster relief or disaster response.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
And then
I'm glad that you actually had like a fair amount to talk about with Cortex, because the only fucking thing that I've really been doing is like modding Skyrim. I've been making like a manual patch. I worked on it for like 12 hours yesterday. I'm still not done.
yeah, fair enough. Uh, and then Trace 2.0, which is dealing with it's actually a game about anti-corruption when it comes to law enforcement and other things. Basically,
Cool. ACAB, but as a game.
Yeah, basically. So it's a unit of people like catching cops and shit doing things they shouldn't. So it's kind of a police drama, but in that you are catching police.
Yeah, interesting. I did always kind of want to run something like that in Shadowrun, where rather than playing runners, you play like FBI agents, literally from UCAS. For people who don't know, that's United Canadian and American States, because fucking like when Magic came back in Shadowrun, it fucked up a whole bunch of shit, and then some people were like, "We should band together with our neighbors to the north," and then lost like half of the continent to other shenanigans going on. But yeah, like UCAS still has the FBI, as far as I'm aware, and I always wanted to run like a government Shadowrun, essentially.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool to do and kind of, examine what it is like from that side of things while you're, still trying to be a person with values, but shit's fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Like I couldn't find a storyteller for it though, because or whatever the fuck Shadowrun calls it. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, I just call everything a GM.
Yeah. It's just, Ember, get the fuck off my desk. Go. You're in the way. You little shit. Anyway, because like the only person I could find that would actually be willing to run a game for me was like a Shadowrun purist and did not want to do anything that wasn't like a normal, not necessarily normal, but like a
like an actual Shadowrunner.
Yeah, like needed actual Shadowrunners for that, and I was like, I like Shadowrunners. Don't get me wrong, but I want to do something weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm weird. I like weird shit like that.
Yeah. And then the last thing I will mention with the book is they, in the various rules for the different trait sets, like distinctions, attributes, relationships, it talks about the logic behind each of the rules, as in where you might want to use them.
Okay.
For what games you might want to use them. So that's pretty good.
If I wasn't already committed to the idea of writing the Codex Astra from the perspective of a character in the setting, I might want to have something like that. That would be interesting. I think that would be actually quite good overall for TTRPGs, like to have like the designers explain why they did it this way and what they intended this rule to be used for.
Yeah, exactly. Like one of my favorite trait sets is resources, because what you do is you get a number of die associated with the resource, whether that's an actual object, an organization, a ally, something you can tap on, but you're not going to be able to use it all the time. And you get to add whatever dice you roll, which it's usually a d6 to it, and that d6 or that die is used up until your next rest scene. So if you say you have 3 die associated with a resource, if you use 2, you only have 1 left until you can actually rest.
Yeah, that's fair. Seems like a decent system. I did just have a really good idea for a video series. I mean, it'll have to wait until after I'm done with the Codex Astra, but like something like a designer or dev commentary on it all, doing exactly what I was just talking about, explaining like why I chose these rules, why we did it this way, what it's intended to be used for, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for something as modular as Cortex, you absolutely needed it.
Yeah. And like that's what's poking at me here too, because like we designed AWR RPG to be similarly modular, not as modular as Cortex, but like pretty fucking modular. So like explaining like what this particular optional rule or whatever is meant to be used for and why we did it this way, etc., could be very good, very helpful for players.
Yeah, absolutely. Like having some sort of resource. So a video series might not be a bad idea. Yeah. Or hell, just like a blog or something if you don't feel like doing videos.
Yeah, I mean, I would want to do videos and then also have a transcription, like both, so people can like put it up on the other monitor or whatever. It like just make it accessible for people who are,
Not going to be
don't have the patience to read as
yeah.
much or can't stand like watching videos for this sort of thing. So just like have both, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know how it'd be. I got the bad like misophonic like responses to some people's voices. I get it. I'm not insulted if anyone has that response to my voice. I get it. I understand. There's nothing like anyone can do about it. It just happens sometimes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I know people who are really like sensitive to people sucking their teeth. And you don't think about it cuz your brain most people's brains filter it out, but in some cases it actually just makes it impossible for them to watch something.
Sorry. Mao in his Discord said something funny, and I had to fucking like cut myself off before I started like busting out laughing at something that you guys can't see. Anyway, I do want to do that video series eventually, but like it's gonna take a while because fucking making a whole ass like big thick fucking TTRPG book is it takes a lot of energy. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. Time for my bitching session about modding Skyrim. So as I said earlier, I've been trying to make a patch a for a mod for to make it work with Requiem. Um, and I spent like instead of I was thinking about streaming this whole mod thing, but I figured people might not want to watch me stare at a spreadsheet for like 6 hours straight and like slowly copy paste, look at things, so on and so forth. So
Yeah.
I just didn't stream it yesterday because Nate was super tired from work, so we didn't do Elden Ring yesterday. So I was trying to figure out someone else to do, and I just figured, fuck it, I'll mod Skyrim some, and I would have finished yesterday if not for the fact that the auto patcher that comes with Requiem, the rectificator is what it's called, was missing some of the. It was just like just skipping straight on over like 8 or so NPCs out of this mod, which is Pit Fighters. For anyone curious, it's an arena fucking mod, so you can like go fight in an arena in Windhelm if you like. It's like a sort of like faction guild quest line that's just been added. It's really cool. I like it a lot. I've been rebalancing it for Requiem so it doesn't like blow the economy to pieces or make it too hard or too difficult or give you too good rewards for the difficulty, etc. And I would have finished if not for Rectificator like completely missing some of the NPCs. This would be fine for stuff like just some random guy that you fight sometimes. This is not fine for the champions. The champions need to actually like be a threat. of some kind, of some variety, please. But the champions, like most of the champions, are the ones that were being missed by the fucking thing. And I spent like 3 hours trying to figure it out, and I could not find a difference in the tags or values or a consistent difference, rather, in the tags or the values, the keywords, or anything going on. I have no idea why Rectificator is missing these NPCs, and I'm losing my shit over it. Because I could just do this manually, and if it was 1 or 2 NPCs that were missing, this would be fine. Because guess what? Rectificator adds 34 keywords. 34! And I can't just copy paste them all at once. I gotta do it manually, going back and forth between 2 different fucking files, copy one, and copy it into the next one. And it's not even that simple. I can't just like click on it and hit like Control V either. I have to right click, open up the fucking context menu, hit add the perk, and then copy into that entry. And this would also be far more bearable if the fucking thing kept my, like, you know how in spreadsheets and like various other things you can expand the field thing, like you can drag the field to make it bigger so you can see like the entire thing all at once.
Yeah.
It doesn't save that in between entries. So I can't actually just like look at the list and be like, okay, I'm missing these. All I see on it is RFTI underscore all underscore and then like 1 letter. I'm like, I don't know what that means. So I gotta like expand it over and over and over and over every single fucking time. And so I posted on the subreddit asking for help about this. And someone sent me another auto patch, and it's like, okay, that's cool. I will use that if I can't find another solution. But like, I've got a mod list with 334 mods in it, and that's just what I've uploaded to the Nexus for my mod list right now. The pit fighters and all that shit isn't on there right now. Not yet. Not until I can finish like making this patch and making it compatible with Requiem, right? Yeah. I don't want to break anyone's games by like forcibly updating them into like some new shit. So I don't want the auto patcher to break any of the old mods, right? Like, because I'm using mods that were just fucking barely converted into special edition and haven't been updated since, which is like fucking 8 or 9 years ago now. These things have not been updated for like the newest unofficial patches or anything like that. They're still just as busted as they were in 2016 or 2017 or whenever the fuck they came out. And I don't want the auto patcher to break them. So I'm like, please just tell me how to force Rectificator to recognize these NPCs. Tell me if that's even possible. Or give me a script that'll do it for me. Something.
Something, please.
Yeah, I don't know how this auto patcher works. I can't say if this will actually do what I'm asking it to do and not break anything else, right?
Right.
If it will do the thing that I want it to do and not break anything else, I will absolutely just slather it all over my mod list. I don't give a shit. But I don't know that it will. And the person that sent it to me does not explain if it's going to do the thing that I want and nothing else, and neither does the mod description page. So I'm just like, fuck, man. Come on.
Yeah, please, help.
I'm dying. The actual total of keywords that I'd have to copy over is 37. There's 34 perks, and then 30, and then not 30, and then 3 fucking, like, after effects, that's what they're called.
Fuck.
And I can memorize the after effects just fine, but asking me to memorize 37 things and then keep a list of them and then go through that list 8 times without making a single mistake and fucking something up and having to recheck the bullshit each time is too much. All right, especially when the perks tab of Xedit is not organized by alphabetical order. It is organized by the I think it's the form IDs. I think that's what it's called. The form ID code. It's a hex code. 8 digits, same as like all your other hex codes in Skyrim. You know, when you're trying to fucking player.add item or whatever. It's organized by those instead. Not the alphabetical order, so it's getting mixed up with the other perks that I've had to add to make it balanced for Requiem. And it's like, I don't even have a straight list I can look at now.
Ugh. That sucks.
This is why Skyrim fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's not even good for modding. Like, you can
It's a
mod
pain
it.
in the ass to mod. It's a huge pain in the ass. And Xedit isn't even like a tool that was made by Bethesda. It was made by modders for modders, and it's still fucked up because Skyrim is ass. Fuck, man. What did I do this to myself for?
There is just something weirdly compelling about modding Skyrim.
Yeah,
And
there really is. Like, I did it for 12 hours yesterday. I understand. I get it. Gods. Fuck. You alright, buddy?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't, like, break your brain by accidentally interrupting you there.
Nope, you're good. But yeah, it's just... Yeah, there's something weirdly compelling, but I don't... It's again, it's that nobody's trying to compete with Bethesda, which is why I'm hoping Avowed does compete with Bethesda.
I don't know that it will, but, like, please, I hope. I hope.
Yeah, we will
Not
see.
enough to, like, be disappointed when it doesn't, but enough to, like, want it to happen, you know?
Exactly. So we will see next month.
Gods, please. You know what? Our luck will be that it's like a better game by default and less buggy and everything, and like better written and everything, and then it's worse for modding. That's what our luck will be. That's what it did to us.
Yeah,
I
that
fucking jinxed it, but like I had to say it.
Yeah, you kind of have to fucking say it.
God damn it! I know. Look, and like being a game developer myself, I know that it's actually like incredibly, shockingly difficult to build in like good mod support for your games. I get it, I understand, but Bethesda is a AAA company with thousands of employees, like most of which are working on a single game at any given time. They can do it if anyone can. Fuck off.
Yeah, absolutely.
The least they could do is make the fucking creation kit not give people eye burn. All right,
please,
that's the least they can do.
Please, and allow you to open the coding side in an external editor.
Oh, that's right. I gotta decompile the BSA to fuck with the scripts for the damn quest too. It's the last thing on my list after I figure out these NPCs. Is I gotta decompile the BSA, which is the Bethesda software fucking file. It's a mod file for Skyrim. I gotta decompile that. Then I gotta look through the scripts for the rewards because you can't just like plug in a simple number into an editor or anything like that. I gotta decompile them, figure that shit out, alter the math so it's not giving me fucking like 1,100 gold in Requiem of all things for killing one dude, and then save them, recompile them, compress them back into the BSA, and then add that to the patch as well. Yeah. Thankfully, that should be fairly easy. There are decompilers for BSAs. It's just fucking annoying.
Yeah, and before we move on to the anime, I'm just going to give you this one last image from the core textbook because I fuck with these character designs.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I like the bald dude's fucking horse chopper sword.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Good.
That's good. I like the horned person there. Towards
I see? Is that like the image isn't big enough, but like I think the dude in plate or in a coat of plates to the side has a fucking unicorn helmet on. Or a horned wolf, maybe?
Yeah, it's a horned wolf.
That's kind of fucking cool. I like that. They're on a Viking-style longship too. That's also good.
Yeah. Also, you can just
it's very much like a misfit group, which is the perfect adventuring party.
Yeah. Also, you can hit open in browser, and it is much bigger.
You are right. Still kind of because like the focus isn't on him, right?
Yeah, but I can see the fur of the wolf much better.
Yeah,
I
was thinking it might be like a fucking unicorn, which would also fuck pretty hard.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I like that. Like literally, none of them are from the same culture as any of the others.
Yeah, yeah, like they look like they belong to various groups of people. And that's also what I like about the book itself is you do get different body types, different cultures, all sorts of
Yeah, like
things.
the two closest in terms of like cultural background, it seems like, are the redhead and the wolf guy.
Yeah, like they seem the closest, but you can kind of
But it's
tell.
like a difference of like one is French and one is Norse or something, you know? Like it's not actually that close. They just have roughly similar armor.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that a lot. That's cool as hell.
Yeah, like there's that. I also fuck with that. In the other picture I had sent in the big group, I really fuck with the robotic sniper.
Oh yeah. That's a really good design for like like very high tech sci-fi robotics.
Yeah,
That's that good shit. That's like sleek and organic, but in a very mechanical way. I know there's a contradiction. I don't care. Fuck you. But it's cool as hell. I like that a lot.
yeah. Like, let me see.
Ugh.
Yeah, they had quite a few illustrators.
We got like a huge ass list or something.
Yep, I decided to look at the credits and like this is a large list of illustrators. Let
Oh, that's
me
excellent. The fact that they even have that there is good shit.
yeah, let's see here. Yeah, that's the list of illustrators. Just to show
Oh
you
wow,
how
yeah.
how large it is.
That's a lot of illustrators and a lot of different kinds of people too.
Yeah, exactly. So like they did dive into plenty of different cultures, different things. I'd
I
be
see Spanish, Korean, Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese, probably a few Americans in there too, but like it's hard to tell with American names because like we can have literally anything.
yeah, the person or the group that did they also have different illustrators for each of the settings. Uh so the main illustrator for Eidolon, the spirit summoning is Mag- uh, Magio Agir.
The fucking copy pasted in here. So let me see.
Yeah, 1 second. Uh
Looks almost like Amagia, maybe.
yeah. And then Hammerheads was 1010 Studios Malaysia with a group of the
This
illustrators
is
and
actually a
everything.
fairly famous illustrator too. like I typed in their first name and like it auto completed to the rest of the name. It's like, oh yes, yeah, this is a very famous illustrator actually. That's
Yeah.
excellent.
So uh, for the full list, folks, just get the fucking book.
I'm sure there's also a list like online that you can look at as well
Yeah. But it
if
is,
you're curious about some of the people that we've name dropped.
yeah. There's just a lot of illustrators. There's,
That's a very distinctive art style too. I like that a lot.
yeah.
I could just from the few examples I'm seeing on Google here, I could probably pick out this person's work in the book. This is very distinctive. It reminds me actually a lot of Kill 6 Billion Demons, but made more tarot-ish instead of comic booky.
Yeah, yeah, I could see
Like there's
that.
this kind of like texture to the digital paint. At least I'm pretty sure it's digital paint. That reminds me of tarot cards. Yeah, it's like tarot cards or oil paintings. One of the two. That's what it reminds me of. This is good shit.
Yeah, it's super good.
Oh, this person's also done some watercolors and charcoal stuff. Oh, this is good shit.
Yeah, let's see.
I have found a new artist to follow.
Excellent.
This is really good. I like this a lot.
So yeah, I say this was a good conversation then.
Yeah, like I'm always thankful for finding new artists to follow because like I am hungry always for more art. Oh, this person has gay art in their portfolio too. Excellent.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Here, from one of the comics that this person's done.
And let me see. Oh, that's good. That's real good.
All right, I'm going to shield this person real quick. Here you go. That's their personal portfolio site. They have a card and an art station and other stuff too. But like that's their personal site, so like go there instead.
Yes, please check them out. They do good work. I've seen uh, the setting stuff for Eidolon Alpha, and that is very good.
Let's see. Eidolon Alpha. Gimme. Let me take a look at this shit. Oh yeah, that's very recognizably like their art style.
Yeah.
It's not a very big RPG because there's not very many screenshots online, but
Yeah, the setting is only a few pages.
yeah, that's the suffering that you gotta do when you build like a system with multiple settings like that. Because like that's one of the things that's stopping us from just like publishing in the
Yeah.
RPG right now. It's because we're trying not to do that. We want to give people enough to actually like go on, and not just like a little bit. So while the setting books will not be as big as the rule books or even like the setting books for other TTRPGs, they're still going to be sizable. You know, like 100 pages or so.
Yep. Yeah, and I know.
Anyhow,
Yeah, I know that
yes, go ahead.
a good number of people involved in Powered by the Apocalypse also do Cortex Prime stuff. So yeah,
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Anyhow, Dandadan.
yeah. We'll start with Dandadan because yeah, the Battle of the Grannies. I like that a lot. I like that she was fucking right with that celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
I knew she was gonna be right.
Yeah, like that was very good scene. Like when I first saw it, I thought that she was either going to be right or it was just something that she was doing for cash and like was purposefully getting shit wrong. Either way, like it was going to be one of those two.
Yeah, yeah. It was definitely gonna be one of those two. Uh, so that was good. Um, what else? To well, I mean, yeah, she comes upon the issue of
Okarun
Ken,
being fucking possessed.
yeah, Okarun being possessed. It's like, oh yeah, that's my granddaughter. Don't
I
fucking
do
do that.
like that the characters actually call out. It's like, hey, your grandma is really young.
Yeah, yeah, like
It's not just like something that the person did like because it's hot. It's like that's actually like a people
it.
actually comment on it.
Yeah, like there's at least some fucking commentary on it. Like, hey, she's actually really fucking young.
People doing mental math before they get distracted by like the shenanigans of Seiko.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember if it's actually said in that episode, but that's her name. It's Seiko. So I'm like
Yeah.
98% sure it's Seiko anyway.
Yeah, it's Seiko. So yeah, they like that.
No,
Fight.
Phoenix, you can't be in my lap right now, buddy.
That fight was real good because she made both a protective barrier and a restraining barrier in very quick succession.
Yeah, I really like
yeah.
the tactics that exorcists will come up with when they're faced with like restricted like abilities, right? And a lot of stuff like exorcists can do like whatever the fuck they want. They basically have magic, right? But like when they don't, I think is more interesting.
Yeah, restriction brings like ingenuity. It's why I It's why I am a little. I didn't like how My Hero Academia turned out with Deku's powers. First, I would have fucked with him just being quirkless the whole time and having to adapt.
Yeah, like I've heard that was the original plan, but he like the author was told not to.
Yeah, the editor was like, "No, give him powers." And then when that happened, I'm like, "Okay, but he has to figure out how to do shit with strength." But then turns out
raw physical capability.
Yeah, off of physical capability, and also working with the fact that he can't use his entire power through his arms unless he wants his arms to just be fucking useless.
Yeah, I think that. So, like, a big problem I have with a lot of like superpowered stuff is like when characters get. Now, it's gonna sound bad when I say it, but give me a second to explain. When characters get crippled and they have their powers taken away from them, right? I don't generally like that. I like it when there are weaknesses to their powers, though. Like whether they have additional weaknesses added to them because of how they've behaved with it. And a good example is in Heroes. Peter has spoilers for a fucking like a 12-year-old TV show. If you been planning to watch it, just skip ahead a couple minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
But in Heroes, Peter has his ability completely taken from him. Yep. And his thing wasn't even that he had an ability that could be used by itself. It was the ability to copy and store other people's powers. So he wasn't even like very powerful on his own. He needed his friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, of course, like once he gets it taken from him, he gets it back, but like in a much lesser format. He has to touch the person, and he can only store one at a time, which I think is total garbage. It didn't actually do anything to restrict him. All it did was make him mortal, like literally mortal, able to be killed. That's it.
Yeah.
And like they didn't even do anything special for it. Like his dad just touched him and sucked his power out. And it's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
That's fucking garbage. That's stupid. I hate that. But how they did it with Deku, where like because he kept overusing his power on his arms before they were ready for it, now he can't use his full power on his arms ever.
Yeah, he can't do that, and that forces him to deviate from the fighting style he admired throughout his youth. Because
yeah, exactly.
All Might is big on using his arms.
It became character development, you know? It became character growth and development and made him more unique, and that's how you do it. Yeah, if you're gonna like restrict people's powers, that's how you do it.
Yeah, exactly. Made him unique. He had to develop a style that is much more kicking based. And that did great things for how he looked. It's the same thing as the happy accident of going for, like, a bunny kind of aesthetic with his design instead of doing something akin to All Might, which is what the original sketch was.
Yeah. Just like anything that makes characters forcibly grow or becomes some kind of point of tension or strain or like a new characterization, something like that. Anything like that is better than like what they did to Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing I didn't quite like, which this is spoilers for My Hero Academia, but it's been for a while. The Deku found out that he could tap more into One for All, and slowly develop the quirks of the previous holders of One for All.
I think that's a logical extension of what One for All is supposed to do.
It is a
However,
yeah.
All Might should have been doing that too. Maybe not to the same extent, but like a little bit, right? So that you have some foreshadowing.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
like at least one other quirk. If you wanted to say Deku got better at it and could tap into the soul better, sure. But
absolutely, because like that's the whole point of One for All in the first place, is that each successive wielder will be more powerful than the previous one.
Yeah, and it would say something to Deku's actual character because he is somebody with this large degree of empathy and wanting to think about other people's perspectives, and you can go,
exactly. Like even without thinking of like his actual like the strength of his character and his moral ability there to empathize with other people, it's also he's so much more tactical and less brute force and ignorance than All Might is.
Yeah,
right? So like it makes sense that he would do it better than All Might because he's actually thinking about using those things in different ways.
Yeah, exactly. Like the thing with All Might is he was already built like a brick shit house. It's just
no, he wasn't. If you remember the scenes of like him like training to become All Might, he was still a fucking twig before he started training.
Fair enough. But what I mean is his body was already prepared to take the power. Way more than Deku's, anyway.
Yeah, that's true. At the very least, he was older. It was not like a 14-year-old taking the power to, like, punch clouds out of existence.
Yeah, like, one of his old teachers, I cannot remember his name, but the speedster, like, the bullet guy, said, like... like, about the only good thing about him was his body was already prepared for it. But that also means he's got issues with being able to teach you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he reached out to him to do some training when they did the shadowing.
Because like all that All Might needed was like to beef up, right? He already had like the big skeletal frame for it.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was older and he had time to prepare for it and all that shit before he actually got the power. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas All Might was on a ticking clock when he gave Deku the power.
Yeah, he was on a ticking clock, his health was declining, and he also needed to make sure that Deku could get into a school.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. Like...
But yeah, some foreshadowing would have been nice, but
I also... like, temporarily taking away power is good. Like, that's fine, too. Like, it's, like, the permanent stuff that, like, bothers me when it's not used to change the character in any way other than just, like, depower them for the sake of the balance, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if there's some emotional core to it, sure, you can do that.
Yeah, like Thor, like the first Thor movie was great because he actually had to grow it to be worthy of his power again, right?
Yeah.
But like that's another like temporary penalty. He became mortal in quotes for a while until he could prove himself worthy of it.
Yeah.
Again.
I liked that, and I liked his father going, "You're not the god of hammers."
Yeah, that was in a different one, but yeah, that's also good. Like, you're not the god of hammers, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you've got more going on than your hammers.
Like, your hammer was like a crutch I gave you to help you control it when you were young. You shouldn't need that anymore. Stop it.
Yeah, which, good shit. Like, that works. Like, that is, like, the whole thing with Thor is, in mythology is, he was already super fucking tough and capable of wielding a hammer, not the other way around. Granted, he needed the bracelets, but still.
Not bracelets, it's a girdle, it's the belt of giant strength.
That's right, it's the girdle. But yeah,
he's got for people who don't know that, in mythology, even Thor cannot lift the Mjolnir without assistance, alright? Even Thor cannot do it. It's not about being worthy. It's like literally like you are not strong enough to pick this up.
Yeah, exactly.
The worthy thing is an MCU thing only.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is a good, like, twist to it, I think, but...
Oh, yeah, exactly. Especially when you have conversations about who counts as worthy, because it's not just being a good person, you have to classify as a warrior.
Yeah, like, Captain America can do it because he is both self-sacrificing, a moral person, and a fighter. Because if it was, like, just the first two, or just the latter two, or so on and so forth, like, any of the two, not all three, then, like, random people off the street could pick it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, a lot of people are self-sacrificing and good people. That doesn't mean they're, like, capable of, like, actually putting their life on the line properly.
Yep. So the whole being worthy thing is actually an interesting thing with Marvel, and yeah, I like that. So back to Dandadan. So that whole fight was interesting, where there are these limitations where, yeah, she's drawing circles, she's throwing down the nails. Yeah, which I've seen in other stuff before, but that's the thing that's cool.
Yeah, I've that's what I was trying to say before I got distracted by all that. It was that I love that Seiko doubles the, like, she explains what the fuck she's doing while she's doing it, but, like, of course the spirit can't do anything about it because it's trapped inside a fucking ward. So she's just explaining just to be a dickhead, I guess. Yeah. Or maybe to make it sink into the spirit, like, how fucked it is.
Yeah, especially when she does, like, that, when she does the extra circle to make both the outside and inside.
Yeah. I would have to assume that it's a special property of the nail itself rather than the circle, because if it was just the circle, the nail and the thing she uses to mark it, which is like a giant pencil, basically, like, you know, something. There's got to be an interaction there rather than it just being a circle. Because if it was as simple as a circle, anyone could do that shit.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of the circle and the nail.
Yeah, like, she drives the nail in outside of the circle that the thing is trapped in, and explains that when the nail is outside, it becomes a barrier, or it becomes a trap keeping the thing inside. So, like, if it leaves, then, like, it'll burst into flames, basically. And then, like, if you have the nail inside, the inside becomes the flames, etc., etc. So she draws an extra circle around the outside and then erases the one on the inside, and the fucking spirit just goes up in flames because she just explained why. And I think that's fucking fantastic. I love that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's excellent use of, like, the power system so far.
Yeah, and it feels good that they have to do it this way, because, you know, they could have just given her the same exact kind of, like, burst of power that Momo had on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they slowed it down, and they go, yeah, that was a burst of power, and you are restricted to some degree.
I do like that insofar as, like, it makes sense that when someone first awakens, they'll have a burst of power, right? Because first off, you can, like, logic it out any way that you want, but the way that I think of it is that they've been storing that power up the entire life, and now they're using it all at once. Second thing is, like, hysterical strength, right? Like, adrenaline rush, hysterical strength, improving everything a little bit. So, like, add those two things together, and then Momo basically becomes a fucking god when she first awakens. But then afterwards, after she's calmed down, she's drained the batteries, so to speak, she's got to recharge, retrain, figure out how to use it properly, etc. I think that's cool as fuck. I like that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so Seiko just fucks with her granddaughter so much. Like, implying that she killed Okaroon, or basically outright saying she killed Okaroon when she wakes up. Then teasing her about liking him because she's willing to go to all this effort to go after Turbo Granny.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a training arc, but not for very long.
Because, like, the villain's not going to sit still, right?
Yeah, villain's not going to sit still, and she's possessing Okaroon. It's no surprise she can see what the fuck's going on.
Yeah. Which I really like that. This is the kind of peril you should be putting your main characters in, right? You don't give them time for a training arc. You throw them into the shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Protagonists learn so quickly because they're constantly fighting and they have to or they die.
Yep, exactly.
That's why they have protagonist powers. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah, so Momo, basically what she gets out of it is she learns, oh yeah, I can feel auras, they're tactile, I don't need to see it.
It's going to take some practice to actually make that work, but you know.
Yeah, it takes practice, but at least it's something she can do, and she can go, okay, eventually I can do this. And
her telekinesis is pretty classic, actually, as well.
Oh yeah,
because
absolutely.
like a lot of things like frame it as though you've got extra hands that you're reaching out, and it helps with the visualization, I think. But I don't think it's strictly necessary, right? Like,
yeah, like my feelings with Momo is she's going to learn how to interact with auras and spirit without the crutches of sight and using her hands to simulate it.
Yeah, that's. I hope so. I think that's where her power goes. And multiple things that I like that I'm gonna like and just spew rapid fire because I genuinely really like Dandadan. It's great. I love it. One, Seiko's like sense of humor and like the sense of humor of the show in general of the writing itself is fantastic. While she's actually thinking about like how to solve these problems, she's also cracking jokes and relieving tension and shit. Seiko is, and she's pretty fucking funny too.
Yeah, she's real funny. She will crack jokes, but she can also serious up where she needs to, and shows like, that she cares. Like the last thing that was important was her giving Momo a hug before she left to go deal with Turbo Granny.
Yeah, like, and it shows that she's not just cracking jokes. She's not an unserious person. She's just taking her time to think about it. Because, like, just a couple minutes after, like, they're bull rushing into the house so Okarun can go to the fucking bathroom finally, she actually, like, once the jokes are done, she goes, okay, you tell me about this thing, blah, 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 we'll have to figure this out, etc. So it shows that she was thinking about it the whole time. She's just like relenting for a second so Okarun can go shit before he pisses himself.
Yeah.
Because obviously that's a little bit important. I know like this is life and death, but you also don't want like people to be shitting themselves everywhere.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, it also was kind of his training in that she was trying to get him to run.
It's true, yeah. A little bit, I guess. You can read it like that.
Yeah. Well, I figure that's like why. I figure that's why she joined in on the chase anyway.
The second thing that I was going to bring up is the post scene after the ED. So, like a big problem with a lot of media where there's a female main character, like Momo say, and it's supposed to be like an action thing or whatever, is that the main character often isn't motivated for themselves or their family, but some boy they met, right? It's a huge problem in YA stuff. It's constant. But in this, they actually gave Momo a personal reason for herself, not for Okarun, to go do this, right? By having Turbo Granny attack Seiko and actually show that she can actually hurt Seiko as well. Seiko is not invincible, even in her own territory. So obviously Momo needs to go deal with this right now before Seiko is hurt, like seriously hurt. It gave her like a personal motivation that is dear to her and is not just some guy she met a couple days ago. I like that a lot. Of course, you actually have to watch the post-credits of that, but like...
Yeah. Also, there's something to be said for her going, yeah, I'm changing out of the outfit because this is the outfit that I consider my my battle armor. Which does seem a little...
The outfit is super cute, too.
Yeah, the outfit's great.
Who is pinging me and why?
Next episode, kicking Turbo Granny's ass.
Yeah, pretty much. I cannot wait until next week for you to see this episode because this is a very important episode in my mind, at least.
Yeah.
I was hoping we get to it this week, but then Sakamoto Days had 2 episodes and not 1, so...
Yeah, and we were already running up against the clock.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just sort of like, it can wait until next week, I guess. Fine.
Yeah, I guess. Which, anything else we want to add before we move on to Sakamoto Days?
This isn't a big thing, but it's like an animation character design, characterization through motion thing.
Mm-hmm.
I adore Momo's earrings and how they move when she walks and when she runs and fights and everything. I love how they catch light. I love how they like dangle and move in this sort of like very fluid circular way. And, like the earrings themselves are circular, but their motion is also circular. I just adore it. It's really good.
Yeah, like I didn't notice.
It's almost hypnotizing, which I think is the point.
Yeah, like I didn't notice it in specific, but yeah, like her whole style really works for her.
Absolutely. And in fact, like the only problem I have with some of the promotional materials and shit like that, like the image that's up on screen for people on my end, is that Okarun is in front of Momo. He should not be. He should be behind her.
Yeah.
They should be swapped positions, or relative positions at least.
Yeah. But that's also...
Because Okarun is not the main character, Momo is.
Yeah. But that's also part of the fucking gambit to get fucking Shonen Jump to even have okayed the manga, let alone this.
Yeah, I know. It's just...
Yeah, it sucks. The sexism of
it sucks that had to happen.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining about the author or anything like doing this or anything. I know what the author's intents here are. It's pretty obvious. And like I talked about it last week as well, but this sort of setup in the promotional materials also fits their fighting style, where Okarun goes first because he's really fucking fast and durable. And it gives Momo an opening with her normal human reaction speed to do stuff, to use her incredible power.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, it fits. I just don't like it because he's not the important one here. Anyone could do what he's doing if they were also possessed or had a similar power set.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in fact, Okarun actually brings it up too, to an extent anyway, during this episode. He talks about how he was panicked and could only really think of like his
own survival,
doing what he did.
Yeah.
In his own survival and everything. But she was tactical and thinking and flexible, and she's very obviously the main character. She has all the traits that a main character is supposed to have in a shonen battle manga, right?
Yeah, like the longer you watch this, the more obvious it is, even if you didn't know that that was the intent, and that Okarun is here as a... granted, Okarun's a good character, and he works as like a secondary protagonist.
Absolutely.
But he's
a good character. I'm not going to disparage him or anything.
Yeah, but he is meant to be secondary and is just a nice, nerdy Japanese boy face to get Shonen Jump to have okayed the manga and then this anime.
Yeah, he's like... Momo is headstrong, she's stubborn, she's got idealistic dreams, even if those idealistic dreams are kind of weird. Fucking dating Ken Takakura. But, whatever. And she's got all the traits that you would normally see in a shonen protagonist. Like, she's Gon, but, her.
Yeah, which, the actual Ken Takakura passed away in 2014.
Sad days for Momo.
Yeah, sad days for Momo. But it does go to show, like, when she would have been watching those movies and things he was in.
Yeah, they do have smartphones and everything, so like I would put, I'd probably say like this is in like 2020 or 2022 or some shit like that.
Yeah, but what I mean is
Roughly.
she was old enough to have watched media and grown up with movies he was in.
Well, I mean, there's also her grandmother.
Yeah, and the fact that her grandmother would also have those movies. Like the older stuff that Ken was in.
I miss the Gyaru not twins, but like the girls. I miss the girls.
Yeah, exactly.
I know when we'll see them again because I've watched up to episode 7 before Mal agreed to do this on the podcast thingy here. But like, I still miss them. I still want to see them. They're fun. I like them a lot.
Yeah, they're very fun, and it's also, I think, telling and interesting that Momo is a Gyaru, because that is an alt style for Japan.
Yeah.
Like, it is
I'm
specific.
not personally into the style, but
Yeah.
I get the reasoning behind it, and I greatly approve.
Yeah, exactly. It is meant to go against a lot of the restraints of Japanese culture. Like, yes, we have seen some Gyaru characters recently, but only recently, that are, like, main characters. Because it's Momo and it's Marin Kitagawa of My Dress Up Darling fame.
Yeah. I mean, those are the only two I can think of, at least. Or those are the only two that I can name. I can think of a few others, but they're mostly in, like, gay manga, which is not very popular, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, but also, again, big surprise, people in alt cultures are more open about being gay.
There's one in my brain that I can't remember if it's real or if it was a fever dream I made the fuck up, like wanting more.
Uh-huh.
But in my brain, there's the seed of something glorious. Gyaru and a tom girl, or not tom girl, tomboy. Sorry.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's actually a manga, but I'm not sure if I just made that the fuck up or not. It's been a while. All right. I can't keep all of these ideas in my head. I have unlimited gay within my brain, and it just spills over sometimes.
Yeah. But yeah, I am super excited. I adore these two. Like, they work off of each other real well. And you can see the differences in, like, how their relationship works as compared to her shit-ass boyfriend that she had and only cared about his looks.
Yeah. Like, this is very, very slight spoilers, but only insofar as me saying there is more main cast to be introduced. But I have been greatly enjoying how fucking slow Dandadan is taking it. How much time we're given to get to know Okarun and Seiko and Momo and everyone else that has been introduced so far before introducing more people, right?
Yeah, which I assumed there was going to be more, because the OP does seem to have more to it.
Yeah, there's definitely more people in the OP, so it's not like a super major spoiler that there's more main cast. It's just, I'm not going to say who it is until we actually like get introduced to them and it becomes obvious that they'll be like main cast. But there is more main cast to come, and I also think that they are very well written as well, and the just as well as Okarun and Momo.
Excellent.
Which is excellent. I think that's very good. It's gonna take a while though with this pace, just because and I think this is a good thing, as I said already, but it's taking its sweet fucking time, letting us get to know the characters. I think more things need to do that.
Yeah, it's taking its time without wasting our time as well.
Yes.
Like, I don't...
It's taking its time without wasting it. Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it.
Yeah, because I don't feel like any particular episode is something that you should skip. Now, if you have a particular thing about like threats of sexual assault and things, skip the one episode.
Like 30 seconds there, yeah.
Yeah, but otherwise, like, none of this is time wasted. It's just
It's all extremely well paced, storyboarded, and written. Like I would put it as like being similarly well paced as Free Rin.
Ooh, yeah, I would say so too. And
longtime viewers of the channel will know that I fucking adore Free Rin. I've been reading it for years, and I watched the full ass anime like when it came out. Like I had to almost physically restrain myself from watching it up until there was like 20 episodes out already, so that I could just binge it because I knew I was gonna do that.
yeah, absolutely. And I do appreciate that the pacing means it is going to be around for a long time.
And I'm also doing that right now with Dandadan because there's like fucking 5 extra episodes that I really want to watch, but I can't.
Yeah, which I'm a good excuse to do that, because you can wait until I've watched episode 7, and then we can move on.
Yeah. I'm glad that we caught Sakamoto Days as it was releasing, so I don't have to do that for that too.
Yeah. Which, yeah, good segues. Sakamoto Days.
Yeah, so, just like a first impressions thing here, I thought I was getting anime John Wick. I got Urban Fantasy Assassins instead. This is not a complaint. This is just an observation. Like, I like both. Let's go.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Like, because I thought it was John Wick but anime, that's why I reacted the way to Sheen that I did, right? Because the first scenes in this first episode is a dude named Sheen, another fucking hitman, not just Sakamoto. It's like most of the cast is hitmen, I think, or people involved in that kind of thing. It's him going to see Sakamoto and being able to tell when Sakamoto is killing him in his mind and how he's doing it. And I was like, holy shit, this guy's really fucking good. No, Sheen's just like a telepath, but his telepathy actually works well.
Yeah, his telepathy works amazingly well. And yeah, because
I have nothing but praise for how the supernatural parts have been like handled so far.
Yeah, because we start with in the first episode, we start with first seeing what he was like in his younger days.
Yeah, which was only like 5 years ago or so.
Yeah, which was about 5 years ago that he quit. But yeah, and then we see, he's got a family, worth it. And then
cute family too. His family is awesome. I love them.
Yeah, they're great. And then we see
his wife is adorable and also has a spine, and his daughter is just adorable.
Yeah. So we absolutely see, he's got his own convenience store.
Which I think it was his wife's before, like they married, now like jointly owned or whatever. It's family owned.
Yeah. Whatever the case may be.
He also met her when she was wearing the exact same apron that she's wearing now. So
yeah. So meets her, they get married, they have the thing, and so there's a kid in his store as well, just playing around, doing as kids do, and
yeah, he's very much like the neighborhood dad, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. Like he's the guy
which I enjoy a lot.
Yeah, he's the guy you go to when you need something done. Because he's good with kids, he's good at doing shit like later in the episode, he's out there trimming fucking trees with his assassin skills.
Yeah, like with his like raw physicality, he's just like climbing over trees and cutting branches and shit like that. It's great.
Yeah. So, kid doing this kid do, and then he trips over and manages to spill ink on this big bruiser that happens to walk through the door.
Yeah, it's like some thug guy.
Yeah, and he's out there like about to punch this kid, and
it's like a 4-year-old. Like, come on, don't do that.
And Sakamoto stops him and is thinking about killing him in his mind, and we see the picture of Shin seeing that. And then we cut to
Yeah, like
reality.
whenever
And
I think that's a great framing of his thoughts as well, because we don't hear the thoughts of anyone but Sheen and uh, Sakamoto, right?
no,
And we see Sakamoto. Do we?
no, like later on, like Sheen goes to his boss, and his boss thinks,
Oh, yeah. But that's what I meant, though. Is like anytime we see other people's thoughts, it's through Sheen's ability.
oh yeah. Now I understand what you're saying. Gotcha.
I think that's a great framing of it because we're following Sheen at this point, and he's the one telling us like what they're thinking. Anytime we see like an image pop up in fucking Sakamoto's head, it's because Sheen's right there beside him.
Yeah, we see it there. We, as the audience, get to see it, and Sheen gets to see it, and we have a certain level of a reaction to it. So first episode, fucking great, because Sheen was informed to go to Sakamoto, convince him to get back into being an assassin. And Sakamoto's like, nope, not fucking doing it.
Yep, family rules.
Yeah, though
Of course, he doesn't bring that up, but
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
Sakamoto is very like not terse, but like very. He doesn't speak a lot. He's very quiet.
Yeah, he's actually a very quiet person. Man of few words, as they say. And even
there's just like a specific word for it, and I just don't know what it is at the moment.
Yeah, and even with his thoughts, he's actually kind of sparse with it.
Yeah, which I think is great characterization because that's how it actually is for the most quiet people, at least, as far as I am aware. A lot of quiet people are just shy, but then there's also people who are just like, just don't talk a lot, which is me. Do you know how many words I have running through my head at any given time? 0. None.
Yeah.
The only time I have actual words going through my head is like when I'm thinking about a conversation, specifically.
I've got constant words going through my brain.
This is how I know I don't have ADHD despite having some similar symptoms. Is that shit right there. I've got nothing in terms of words or like rapid fire thoughts or anything. It's all one smooth transition from one thing to the next up here.
And let's see. So Shin goes to try and convince him, tells his boss, yeah, I can't get him to do it. And so the boss says, well, you gotta kill him. He broke the rules.
I think, like, I don't know that this show is going to properly portray an underworld organization at all. But this is also just like the first bad guy kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I can really make that judgment yet.
Yeah.
But, like, generally speaking, you are allowed to retire from underworld activities. Like, you guys know that, right? Like, they're not making you work until you're fucking 89 and your fingers are nothing but toothpicks anymore. Like, you do get to retire at some point.
Yeah,
like it's normal to retire at some point. Like it may be early for Sakamoto because he's so young, but he's also one of the best out there and did a lot of work for this organization. So you probably think like, okay, you've done enough. You can go sit down now. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you can just go.
Like quitting early is something that gets reserved for people like Sakamoto, who has done so much for an organization. They're just sort of like, okay, yeah, we owe you so much. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, though I'm kind of wondering, because we do see in the OP, there is actually an old man in it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if, like, you're expected to keep going at a different pace, I would hope, until you die.
Fucking maybe. I don't know. Like, of course, this also depends on the specific culture of, like, the group that you're in, right? Like, this is not a blanket statement for all groups ever. But generally speaking, you are allowed to retire. Like, even criminals know that, like, people stop being effective once they hit, like, 60, you know?
Yeah.
They might, like, still do, like, administrative tasks and shit like that, but they're not going to be going out into the field to, like, fight dudes. You're not going to see, like, a 70-year-old man with, like, tattoos all over him busting heads with, like, the rest of the fucking, like, the bald thugs. Like, that's not going to happen. He's going to be doing other shit, or he's going to be, like, actually properly retired. That's what happens. people are people, regardless of whether they're criminals or cops or like normal civilians or soldiers or whatever. At some point, we all retire, except for corrupt politicians.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Sheen does actually go and try and kill him because he's like, somebody's got to do it, and he doesn't see any world outside of that organization.
Yeah, and like of course, like normal people, Sheen would like go and warn Sakamoto instead of trying to fucking kill him. But like, you do you, I guess.
Yeah, like he cannot see any world that doesn't have to do with the world of being a hitman. And however,
Yeah,
this
I
underworld
understand his thought process as well. Like when he explains himself in his own thoughts, it's just like, yeah, I get you. I understand why you're choosing to do it, but like, normal people would warn him. You know,
exactly.
like I know that you're doing it because like if anyone's gonna do it, it might as well be you, who respects him a great deal and won't like trash his body or anything afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. It's just, come on, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing, is it's like, come on, man, but also, yeah, I see why you are a fucked up individual.
Yeah, and for people who are watching, Sheen is the blonde-haired dude right behind my avatar on my end.
Yep.
We actually don't know some of these characters yet. Like, I don't know the sniper, the bird, or the dude with the suitcase or the violin case that probably has a fucking gun in it.
Yeah, more than likely. So yeah,
but that's his wife and kids back there too. His wife and kid, rather, not kids.
Yep, wife and kid. And yeah, for anybody who has not seen the second episode, we are going to talk about that because it is available in some regions, just not the US right this second for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. Netflix is being weird about its distribution again.
Yeah, which I thought they learned their fucking lesson, but apparently they're doing things weirdly.
Fucking, I guess, dude. I don't know. But yeah, we also watched the second episode. But the first one, we'll continue with the first one because there's a lot happening in this first episode, actually.
Yep, just informing
The second
people.
one is much slower, but the first one has a lot in it.
Yeah, the first one has a lot. So Shin fails, obviously, because Sakamoto is actually still pretty fucking good. Like, he's gotten a little soft, but he actually hasn't lost much of his edge.
Yeah, and like, fucking Sakamoto has like Charles Atlas superpowers kind of deal, right? Like, he's so good at what he does, he's essentially superhuman. Like, literally superhuman, in fact. But it's not supernatural, at least in his case, as far as we know so far. Yeah, but I really appreciate Sakamoto's design, like a great deal. He's basically like a retired lumberjack. That's what his body is like, right? He's got the dad bod, but his arms are still like fucking enormous blocks of muscle.
Yeah, like
you can see that too. Like even in the screenshot that I've got here, you can see the huge amounts of definition on his arms. Like he's got more definition on his arms than I do.
Yeah, he's got more definition on his arms than probably some of the other characters in here, though they're wearing actual long sleeves.
Yeah, so you can't really see them. Like, I'm naturally very muscular, so like, when I say that he's got more definition than I do, like that's saying something. I'm not just some like stick thin twiggy weeb sitting in a basement somewhere. No. I was a martial artist for a long time. I've got the build, believe me.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's still really good. He's still very fast, and he's out there using distraction tactics, using like hard candy and a rubber band to fucking MacGyver, like a slingshot.
A very effective slingshot, might I add.
Yeah, absolutely. He's using distraction tactics. He's able to conceal his thoughts. So Shin actually has to work to see him.
Yeah. I greatly enjoy that when he gets serious and he starts moving, like the way his movement is framed is just delicious.
Oh yeah. It is quick.
Like,
It is brutal.
it's not exactly light on his feet either. And that's not saying something about his weight, but rather the power behind each step, each stride is so powerful that it cracks the ground underneath him, kind of thing. I adore that.
Yeah, like he's actually got physicality to him, and it's not like a lot of anime can do where it is much more speedster kind of deal, where you don't feel like necessarily there's a weight to each attack. And it's much
Yeah,
more
like in most anime, like fighting is very floaty. Not in this. This motherfucker has weight to him, and not I'm not making a crack at his belly. All right.
yeah, like he is fucking slamming people on the ground. He's got like you feel when he's punching somebody.
Yeah, and like other characters also have that same kind of weight, just not as much because they're not as strong as him, right?
Yeah.
Like when Shin is fighting here in the next scene, like he also has the weight to him. He fucking throat like bodily moving people. There's like the good sound design that actually makes you feel that weight. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Which
I fucking did this because like I remember hearing something about the studio behind this being like their first action thing, and it's like God damn, dude. Give me that studio. What is it?
let's see.
TMS Entertainment.
Yeah, let me see here. TMS Entertainment, what have you done?
Okay, yeah, they're known for stuff like Lupin the Third and like other like some sports stuff, but nothing like really combat based.
Yeah,
It's mostly like
Moomin.
mysteries, like comedies, stuff like that.
Yeah, let me look at what they've done.
And they did that like fucking 60 years ago too, so like that's not even like their main current team either. Fascinating. Okay, what do you got for the 2020s?
Yeah, back in the 1990s, they actually did Devil Lady, which is a continuation of the manga from Devilman.
Okay, so what they've got here for the 2020s is like Fruits Basket, Rent a Girlfriend, Doctor Stone. Oh, they did Megalobox too, but I heard that was kind of a disappointment.
Yeah, let's see. They also did Sonic X.
Oh, they did Undead Unlock as well. Okay. So they do have some experience with like heavy action. That's good.
Yeah, D Gray Man.
But still, like that's incredible. Like their skill, the skill of these animators is just amazing.
Oh yeah,
And the Foley artists as well. Like the Foley artists are knocking it out of the fucking park.
absolutely.
For those who don't know what that is, a Foley artist is the person that makes the sound effects without like having the actual sound, right? Like a horse running down a cobblestone street is probably not actually a recording of a horse running down a cobblestone street. It's probably something else.
Yeah, like the coconut scene from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, but for real.
Yeah.
And then just the sound.
That's genuinely what Foley artists do. Like that's them. And they do like wonderful work with it too. Like they're the reason why we have those chunky sword sounds in some anime. Like the one I always fall back on is SAO Alicization.
Mm-hmm.
Because that one has like the best chunky sound effects. Like the writing is not great in SAO, but damn is the action good. Oh boy.
Yeah, action. Yeah, the action scenes are pretty good. And I think they do okay when the main focus is not the main character.
Yes, that's actually my favorite arc is the Alicization arc because of that. Like Kirito is not the main character for a lot of it, and even when he is, it's not actually him, you know? It's like his basic personality and given a completely different set of memories and shit and relationships, and it's like, oh yeah, this is really good. I like this a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see some of the Lupin influence in some of it. Granted,
I've never seen it, so I couldn't say.
Granted, that is a far raunchier show. I say raunchy, but it's not like. But it's got a little bit more of.
It's not panty and stocking.
Yeah, it's not panty and stocking, but it just has a bit more adult humor because Lupin is a horny bastard.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, ignore this very loud sound for a second. There is a fly on my monitor. I got it. That also wasn't as loud as I expected it to be.
Yeah, no, I didn't
Nice.
even hear it on the Discord side.
I saw the fucking audio monitor on the stream move, but it only went up like, I don't know, like 10% of the bar.
Yeah, and
So it's probably only barely audible.
yeah, the fucking
For reference, when I'm speaking, it goes about probably to 85% of the bar.
yeah,
Just so people know what I'm talking about here.
yeah, and fucking Fruits Basket, that's good shit. Like the more recent like redo of Fruits Basket, that is great animation.
Yeah, I've heard that the remake, whatever the fuck of it, is actually really good.
Yeah, because they now have the whole manga to work with, for one thing.
Right on. Because I remember trying to watch the original one, like just not being able to get into it. But I was also younger and more impatient. So
Yeah, I think
actually that's not true. I've become more impatient as I got older.
I'm more impatient
But,
with
like,
different things.
But I mean more like my tastes have evolved somewhat.
Yeah,
Like I've gotten into the right gateway media for me to like that genre now.
yeah,
That's what I mean.
exactly. You now appreciate that kind of character drama.
Yes, there we go. You know, it used to be time was that I could not actually envision a game without any like action. Like when I was like fucking 14, I could not like figure out how you would even make a video game without action.
Yeah, I could understand that, but
Then of course,
yeah.
like fucking like Guitar Hero comes out, and I'm just like, oh, that's how you do it.
Yeah, you can do rhythm games and shit.
So that's not to say that like Guitar Hero was the first one ever that did something like that, but rather it was the first one that I saw.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
I'm like fucking 12 or 14 or some shit. Give me a break. 12 or 14, and I was poor, didn't have a lot of money. It's not like I could just like try out random games.
Oh yeah, they did Detective Conan too. Okay.
Experienced studio, but mostly with working on comedies and shit like that, which explains some of the timing of the jokes, we'll say.
Yeah. Yeah, they do pretty good. So, Shin tries to kill him, obviously fails. He doesn't get killed, though, which we find out more of the reason why that is afterwards. But he wakes up in their house, like their home above the shop, and he's treated to dinner, and he starts to understand. Oh, this is what you're trying to protect.
This is why you're not working anymore. This is what you're trying to do. I understand, because like this is really fucking good and nice.
Yeah, this is nice. I haven't had a decent fucking meal possibly ever.
Yeah, because like she even says that Sakamoto used to do nothing but like eat field rations, not even like cup ramen.
Yeah. Fucking
Just field rations. Like, is that what they're fucking feeding you guys? No wonder no one wants to stay with these people. Fuck.
yeah. It seems that maybe this is something you get into when you're real young.
Like, fuck, man. If you're a fucked up organization like this, at least feed your people well, you know? Use that wealth for something. It doesn't cost that much to get a good fucking like chicken going, you know?
Yeah,
Shit.
absolutely. But yeah, it's one of those
If I
things.
can do it with my shit ass fucking income, you can do it with like your many like hits you take on people, okay?
Yeah. And it's one of those things where it seems like people can't envision anything outside the organization, which kind of tells me they get into it young and are taught this is the way things are and this is the way things should be.
I'm curious if we'll ever see that organization again, because it seemed like Sakamoto and Sheen just sort of like collapsed the entire thing.
Yeah, but I'm guessing it is more John Wick in that it is an association of hitmen and other criminal elements.
That would be interesting. I do like that. That is kind of cool. So I don't like stuff like the Dark Brotherhood, where it's like a singular organization, or the Morag Tong, where it's just a singular organization. I prefer my assassins' guilds, in quotes, to be more like a loose association of like people who do the same job, right?
Yeah, this seems much more like this is a world. This is like a government or a culture that exists in the shadows of Japan, at least. I don't know if it'll span the world, but we'll see.
It probably would, right?
You would think, considering the superhuman fucking abilities some of these fuckers have. So you would think so, and like we do get like at least one character being from China or her family being from China.
Yeah. Just like slight divergence back to my Requiem shit in my modding Skyrim. I just got a fucking reply on my Reddit thread that I made for it, and someone's just like, "You may be reading things wrongly. What is your definition of rectificator missing NPCs?" I don't know, motherfucker. They're not being added to Requiem for the Indifferent, and don't have any of the Requiem tags unless I add them manually. That's what I mean. Okay, I'm not reading it wrong. You're just being a patronizing asshole.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'll reply to that later with screenshots and everything so they can see that I'm not being a dickhead.
Oh, fuck, these guys did Ray Earth.
Oh, okay.
I'm just scanning up and down the list while we're talking, and I'm like, oh, okay.
That's a very famous one. It's old, but very famous.
Yeah.
At the very least, I've heard of the shit. I've never watched it, but I have heard of it. And I'm looking at the light novel cover right now, and that's a very well-designed character. I like this bitch a lot. Cool. Or manga series? I don't know. The art here on this looks like a...
Yeah, it's...
No, it is the manga, but it does look like more like a light novel cover.
Yeah, because it's which is probably where they got it. Yeah, where a lot of these light novel authors get it. Because they're like, oh, fuck, that's good. Because, yeah, it's a manga by Clamp.
Yeah, it's fucking magical girl and mech and isekai all in one. I kind of... Okay, I'm probably going to watch this now. I kind of gotta...
Do you want to add that as our third show? Because I've never seen it either.
We could, but I was thinking about, like, binging it. We could talk about it, though. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I mean, we could fucking binge it. I've been meaning to check it out anyway.
Okay, you want to do that after the stream?
Maybe not today, but tomorrow, tomorrow if we don't stream, or Friday if we do.
Fucking all right, yeah. Let's fucking do that. This is how we make all of our plans, people. Exactly like this. We just don't normally do it on stream.
Yep. Like, hey, do you want to do a fucking thing? Yeah, I could do a fucking thing.
All right. Let's do a thing. I'm setting my kettle 1 second. All right. Yes. So Shin goes back to his organization that Sakamoto used to also belong to, and says, "Hey, we should let him go." And of course, the boss is like, "No, we're not going to do that."
Yeah, we're not going to let him go until So he does make a ploy of, "Hey, I'll just offer myself then, and would you consider that square?" And he goes...
The boss lies to him, of course.
Yeah, boss lies to the person who can read his fucking mind.
And he knows he can read his mind. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, you fucking... You dweeb, you dumbass.
Yeah, you didn't even try to hide your thoughts on that one. And Shin's like, I'm not even surprised.
Yeah, we actually get to see Shin in action with all of his skills and everything, and he is really good. He takes out like fucking 15 or 20 of the bastards.
Yeah, he can see them.
He's really good.
You know, he can see them coming because they're thinking about how they attack. Like, you know.
Which, of course you would. Like, that's normal shit, right?
Yeah, you think about how
no one can read your mind in real life.
Yeah, and probably even if there are mind readers in this setting other than Shin, they're probably not as good as Shin, or are very rare.
Yeah. At the very least, we don't know of anyone else with supernatural powers aside from like these two, right?
Yeah. So Sakamoto is hearing all this because he bugged Shin's gun.
Yeah, like I don't even know how he fit that thing in there without getting in the way of the actual action of the gun, but whatever.
Yeah.
He's the expert, not me.
Yeah, he's the expert on this, not us. But he sneaks a very small bug into the weapon.
Yeah, like I know my way around a gun, but like you're not gonna catch me doing shit like this. Like I'm just Texan, was raised by like a military dude. That's it. That's all I got. It's not even like a hobby for me like other weapons are. I mean, I do like firearms too, but not to the same extent as I like, swords.
Yeah. So he reveals he's just has a hidden store of weapons.
Yeah, like the aisles and the shelves just sort of like sink into the ground, and in their place rises a bunch of guns.
Yeah.
And it's like, how did you sneak this by your wife, dude?
Then again, he goes, I didn't kill anybody with them. I guess.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean,
that may be like why she lets it slide occasionally, right? It's like, I don't worry, I didn't kill anyone. I was just defending someone. No one's dead. I just drove them off, kind of deal.
Yeah, exactly. Because even in this, he gets a taser.
Yeah, instead of like he does bring knives too, but he doesn't like
hit them in the vitals.
Guns,
Yeah, because like
he cuts them across the chest instead of the throat, stuff like that. And you better fucking believe that if he wanted to, they would all be dead.
They would
it's
all,
Sakamoto, okay?
Yeah, they would all be dead, and you can see it. And that's why Shin thought they were dead, as we see in the next episode, where Shin thought, "Oh, you killed them," but no, he didn't.
Nope.
So so the only ones who are dead are the ones who fought Shin before Sakamoto showed up.
And even some of them aren't dead, because I saw a lot of those shots were going into shoulders and shit like that. Which,
yeah.
I mean, fair. You got to keep them from shooting you. And if they can't raise their arms to shoot you, that's good enough. You don't have to kill them.
Yeah, exactly.
You can just go around and kill them later.
Yeah, so he brought
you just need them out of the fact now.
He brought a taser, because, of course, that would be the best way not to fucking kill somebody.
Yeah, which, by the way, those are less than lethal, not non-lethal. There's nothing such as non-lethal, all right? Anything can kill someone. We talk about this occasionally, but, like, humans are both remarkably sturdy and fundamentally fragile, okay?
Yeah, like...
anything can kill anyone. You don't even have to have a heart condition to die of a taser.
Yeah, like, if
you can just, like, get hit in the wrong place.
If it can neutralize somebody, it can kill them.
Yeah.
If it can...
Which is why people even, like, fucking die or get seriously injured in fucking sparring matches and shit like that. It's not... like, you can't just not kill someone if you're fighting them.
Yeah, the only reason it happens in stuff like Sakamoto days is because he's superhumanly competent.
Yeah, like, this is an anime, this is fiction. Can't do that shit in real life.
Yeah. But yeah, goes in...
even just, like, shooting someone in the arm can cause them to bleed out, or send them into shock and stop their heart that way, or something, Like, it's not that easy to not kill someone. It takes a lot.
Yeah, goes in, saves Shin's ass, and then just fucking tosses an apron at him.
Yep. Fucking hires Shin to work at the convenience store, which is great. I like that. Just added him to the family.
Yeah.
And he genuinely, like, basically says this as well, although not with any words. He just hands him the fucking family rule books. I'm like, hey, you're one of us now. These are your rules now, too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he says it in his thoughts. You're one of us now. These are your rules, too. And...
the only rule we know of so far is don't kill anyone.
Yeah, don't kill anyone and save people with what capabilities you do have.
Yep. So the second episode.
Yeah.
Now that we're done with the first there.
Yeah, because we do see briefly at the end of the first episode that Shin's powers is also good at being helpful because he can hear what people want. And he...
Yeah, that's actually really good. I love this. I love how his powers are written in this because, like, it's very basic shit that anyone would think of, but almost no fiction ever actually uses it that way, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like, his telepathy isn't anything special. Like, he can't pop people's brains or anything or insert his thoughts. He can just hear and see theirs. That's it.
yeah, he can hear what they're saying in their heads, and if they are reliving a memory, he can relive it with them.
Yep, and that's it. That's all it is.
Yeah, but
Very basic, but he utilizes them very well, and the writer is very competent and thoughtful about how he uses it.
yeah, because people fighting are thinking about doing the follow through. So of course he can adapt to that.
And of course, I can see all kinds of synergy in quotes with him and Sakamoto in the future, where Sakamoto tells him a plan through his brain.
Yeah, absolutely. He can tell him anything, and that is what happens in the second episode. He goes, once he does see why Sakamoto doesn't kill people, he's like, all right, so you understand, no killing people.
Yep. I love it. So we start off with them going to the market, and I don't remember the name of it, but it's one of the
it's a Chinatown.
The Chinese markets.
Yeah,
it's a Chinatown Chinese market sort of deal in the region that they're in. The same way that we have, you go to the Hispanic market, or the fucking Japanese market or whatever in the States. Because we also have Chinatowns and all that shit. I've never been to one personally, but I've seen them around.
Yeah.
And Sakamoto's got to pick up a snack for his wife and daughter too while they're there. Or in fact, I think that's the whole reason they went there, actually, because there's only a limited amount every day.
Yeah, 50 a day or something.
Which is fair. You don't want to be cooking hundreds of those fucking things.
So actually, how the episode starts is Shin is gushing about how well Sakamoto does in the fight, and he's like, oh yeah, you killed those guys. And then she looks serious, his wife looks serious and goes, killed? And you're like, you're not going back to being a hitman, are you? And Sakamoto just immediately sweats, shaking his head, like, no. And she's like, if you break the rules, I'm gonna divorce you. And he is just so fucking petrified, and I love the little gag of his glasses breaking when he's petrified.
Yeah, when something happens, his glasses immediately break.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Nikita Chinatown.
Okay, I was gonna say Akita. That's not right. That's a type of dog.
Yeah,
I don't know where Nikita is.
Yeah, Nikita Chinatown.
Okay, no, Akita is also a place. That's just also where the dog's from.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, I don't know where Nikita is. Whatever. Doesn't really matter all that much, to be honest. But then they go to the market. They pick up their fucking meat buns, which is what they're there for, and enter Lou. I cannot remember how to pronounce her surname or her first name. I don't. It's probably her surname. Or her first name, rather. But the pink-haired girl in the fucking image that we got here comes flying out of a window and lands on top of Sakamoto and crushes the meat buns that way.
Yep.
And of course, there's the comedy of errors that happens where the people chasing her think she's with them or they're with her, and so on and so forth, and they get dragged into it.
Yeah.
But Sakamoto does eventually decide to just help her out anyway, just because.
Yeah.
And he only asks for meat buns and shit in payment.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, would you be willing to make meat buns? He's like, yeah, I've been taught the basics. So, not going to be from that shop, but at least there'll be nice looking meat buns.
Yeah. I kind of want some dumplings and some meat buns now, honestly.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But we do see she is a accomplished martial artist.
Yeah, more than capable on her own. It's just not capable enough to deal with all the shit that is about to happen.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking assassins on her. Meanwhile, Again, Sakamoto
Yeah, she's not superhuman. She's just really good.
Yeah. And then Sakamoto just fucking grabs a dude's knife with some tongs and breaks the knife.
Yeah. That's some Charles Atlas superpowers right there, because like the tongs would twist first.
Yeah, the tongs would twist first, unless that is a real shit knife.
Yeah. Especially that specific kind of tong. I have those. They are very like flexible. Like they will bend very easily. Not particularly sturdy.
Meanwhile, Shin just picks up a massive fucking sign and bashes a dude's head in. And then,
I really like, again, like I really like that Sheen. I think I said this in Discord, but not on the stream yet. But Sheen is not just a pretty face to look at here. He's actually like competent enough to help Sakamoto. He's really good at what he does.
Yeah, like there's a reason he was working with Sakamoto when he was in his prime in the organization.
Yeah, like he's not just like some dude side character that is not the spotlight. He's genuinely helpful and does work. He's part of the team. I like it a lot. Because like, and these kinds of action comedies, often side characters get like sidelined, like literally sidelined, and they just can't do anything, right? But not in this case. These people are actually like good enough at their jobs that they can actually keep up with Sakamoto to an extent, which is excellent.
Yeah, like they are actually helpful in this, and not that he's. It's both not just making it the fucking show of Sakamoto. But it's, like Dragon Ball Z can often do, but it's also not the same tension that you have in something like One Punch Man, where it's, Saitama could handle this, but he's not here or whatever. And there's this, especially in the
all about the heroes that are there managing to hold out long enough or somehow eking out a win.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas this is, they are all working together. Sakamoto is just a heavy hitter.
Yeah, Sakamoto's the big guns, basically.
Yeah.
The others still absolutely have their place. And I think that's, if they maintain that going forward, I think this is going to be like really good.
Yeah, real good. There's a reason that I'm hopeful that this could actually work out.
Yeah. But anyway, we come to find out that the Miss Lu here is the heir to a Chinese mafia family. I think they're called triads.
Yeah, so
that's not the word that they use in the anime, but like that's the common
yeah, so Nikita Chinatown looks Nikita Chinatown looks like it's probably a fictional place, but it's in Tokyo in the manga.
Okay, fair enough. That works. Anyhow, and like to also find out that like the reason why they're chasing her is because she's got the key to the family treasury and shit like that. She's trying to keep it away from them, etc., to prevent her family treasures from falling into the hands of these assholes
that killed her family and all that.
Yeah, and these assholes send some like also pretty much superhuman hitmen at her. Of course, Sakamoto like beats the shit out of them, but that's not the whole tension here. The tension is like the character development and everything, right? It's like obviously Sakamoto's gonna win. It's Sakamoto.
Yeah, so they send these two fucking serial killers who cut the heads off of people and also have a hobby of drawing the faces and heads.
Hashtag relatable.
Yeah, and one of the things that Sakamoto does during the fight.
I love that Captioner actually changed the hashtag into like a pound sign.
Yeah, that is
so good.
That is a real good thing. But yeah, one of the things Sakamoto says during all this is no one has the right to tell others what's important or not.
Yeah, which is damn correct.
Yeah, you can't tell me what's important to me. You can go, hey, priorities, or hey, but if I say this is super important to me, that is still a true statement whether you think it's important or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also where we get to see Sakamoto's memory and Sheen reading his mind and all that stuff from earlier that we mentioned.
Yeah. Relives the memory.
And it turns out that Sakamoto did not quit doing his hitman job as soon as he met his wife. He quit it afterwards, like well afterwards. They were dating for a while first, in fact. Which I think is great. Like it a lot of things will show that like they'll quit as soon as they fall in love or whatever, but in this case,
he didn't.
He continued his job. He continued working until his to-be wife was like, "No, you got to stop that."
Yeah, the woman he was interested in is like, "You are handing me a present literally with blood on your hands."
We
and
also
and then she jumps off the fucking building.
Yeah, and we see Sakamoto, instead of jumping off too, what he does is he just runs straight through the railing, and it looks like a car went through it.
Yeah, and runs down the wall and only jumps when he can get to her.
It's like, this dude is... What the fuck?
Yeah, but, yeah, it was admittedly a longer drop than she had intended, but she managed to make the point of, you cared about my loss. Other people care about other people's losses too.
Yeah.
You'd miss me
if... power of love, it's more just like teaching him empathy that gets him to stop.
Yeah, you'd miss me if I died. Everyone is loved by someone. There are a few exceptions, though, dear, but,
Yeah, there are some exceptions, but yeah.
But this is...
that's good enough for the basics of morality, okay?
Yeah.
I don't remember her name, damn it.
Yeah, they don't say her name very often.
Yeah, they've only said the name of the wife and daughter like once or twice. Whereas Sheen is always like belting out Sakamoto's name.
Yeah. And Sheen's like, oh, I'm seeing the memory.
It's like, oh, I get it now. I know why you don't kill. Okay. I understand. And, like they escape from the fucking guys by fucking beating the shit out of them, of course.
Yeah.
They tie them up and deliver them back to the guy that sent them after them. And, we come to find out that the family treasure room is full of stuff that the father wanted to keep from his daughter, like, plushies, CDs of music she liked, and like pictures of her, and also things that he wanted to eventually share with her as gifts, which is very heartfelt and touching.
Yeah, so they show up back to the guy they hired, that hired them.
Sorry, I had to make the joke.
Yeah, shows back up to the guy, and Sheen's like, "Oh,
nauseating."
Yeah, and fucking beats the shit out of the guy who hired them,
which absolutely deserved.
Yeah, and Shin's like, "Oh, you want to give him a few extra blows?" And then fucking Sakamoto imagines snapping his fucking neck because he knows Shin can see it.
Yeah, which like Shin. Like, Sakamoto seems to use it as a way to, like, yank on Shin's leash, basically, which I think is fucking phenomenal. Like I said, like, the writer of this knows what they're doing when it comes to, like, the use of, like, basic telepathy.
Yeah.
It makes it actually seem as powerful as it would be.
Yeah.
And how a clever person can manipulate it.
And I do love the continued gag of we see the imagined first as if it were real.
That is a great gag.
Yeah, it's continued to work.
Like, genuinely, the first time it happened, like when he stabbed the dude in the neck, or imagine stabbing the dude in the neck at least. I thought it actually happened. I was like, what the fuck? This is way more violent than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't do that in front of a 4-year-old kid, Sakamoto. What the fuck? Oh, it's just his imagination. Okay.
Yeah. Also, the CDs and plushies weren't necessarily for her. It's whatever somebody found important out of the family. So some of them probably were for her, but the point was, like, people value different things.
Right. It's not just for that generation of the family. That's right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so some of those might be...
Yeah, because the ledger even says something like anything that the family head finds of value goes in here.
Yeah. The one thing we do know
of course,
is...
there's a lot of treasure, too, but there's also just, like, a lot of stuff from family members and friends and shit.
Yeah, plush toys, probably stuff that family, like their kids owned, or things they got when they were kids.
And people signed albums and shit.
Yeah, but the one thing we do know is for her is alcohol. There was a bottle of alcohol for to drink with Xiao Tang when she's of age. Or
That's right, Xiao Tang. There we go.
Yeah,
Xiao Tang, something like that. I don't speak Chinese. I'm gonna butcher that like every time. I don't even know the basics of Chinese like I do Japanese, so I just don't know the pronunciation rules. Anyhow, which is very sweet and touching.
Yeah, so
also nauseating. But, that's a me problem.
Yeah, so she shares the alcohol with them as a sign of thanks.
I find it hilarious that Sakamoto can even get a hangover at his size and supernatural power.
Yeah, but he shows up fucking hungover. And then she shows up in the apron. She doesn't have a job.
Yep.
And I'm gonna make pork buns here. Which, fair the fuck enough. Make authentic Chinese pork buns. That is a draw.
Yeah, that is a huge draw to a convenience store if you have an in-house cook who is making a specific kind of thing. Dude, I miss this one fucking gas station in Texas. It was pretty far away from me, in terms of relative distance and how far I could get, because it was on the other side of town, and me being poor couldn't do it. But there was this one gas station who actually had stuff from the restaurant next door, right? It was fucking egg rolls, all kinds of random shit, just on the shelves, and you could just go get some fresh fucking takeout, basically.
Oh, that is so good.
The really close convenience store used to do that as well, but with a Mexican restaurant. Fucking fresh nachos and shit. It was just yes!
Yes, give it to me.
So much.
Yeah, give that to me. And of course, you're browsing for stuff and you see some fucking delicious food.
Actually, that is a story I have, and I forgot why I wanted to tell it, but it is also still related to this, so I'm going to tell it now. So, at that convenience store that I was just talking about with the Mexican stuff next door, one day I did have it was one of the weirdest things I've ever done, for me at least. I did con some dude. I was with my cousin as well. I conned some dude into believing that my mother wasn't feeding me at all. And we were really hungry, and this was my little brother, and so on and so forth.
Oh, geez.
To get him to buy these fucking I don't even remember what it was, chicken strips or something. It was something chicken. I don't remember what it was. I was 11 or 12 or some shit, and I got him to do this. And he later he was just oh, you should learn how to lie better, because you two definitely aren't family. He's genuinely my cousin, and in fact he's my I only have 2 blood related cousins, and he's one of them. His dad's just Mexican as fuck, and my dad's Irish. That's the difference.
Yeah.
This is genuinely blood related.
Yeah,
it was him and his older brother were the only ones that I was blood related to.
Yeah,
it was I don't remember the younger one's name now, but his older brother was Jordan and was just as white as me because he took after his mother.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, they could.
I remember his dad's name, but not his. Damn it.
Yeah, and you could have had siblings, A, because of different presentations of phenotypes, and B, different dads could be a thing.
Yeah, we only said that we shared a mother, not a father. Come on, buddy. It's just very funny to me that he said this about one of 2 blood related cousins.
Yeah,
Because my
that
family tree is fucking weird. Most of my cousins are not related to me, actually, through like anything other than marriage.
yeah, and yeah. So Xiao Tong is like, no, I'm not going to use my family's treasure vault. It's my personal slush fund. I'm going to work.
Yeah, that's my family's treasure vault. We're supposed to keep that. Which, like, fair. You don't know why that person put that money in there, like all that gold. It may be like payment from a job that they really cared about, or even just like the first bits of money that come out of a mine or something. I don't know. It could also just be like, hey, here's a slush fund for my future generations, but you don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the whole point is to keep the things that people in your family found important. It's not to use as a spending vault. And yeah, sure, like, if there's something that she really needs to do, and, like, I don't know, fucking life saving surgery or something that, whatever, that she needs a specialist flown in from somewhere or whatever, sure, whatever.
Yeah, but like fucking like, daily living expenses is not it unless you're like fucking dying, you know?
Yeah, absolutely not. And if
Like,
you,
of course, that fucking ledger probably has the reason why, but like, she probably hasn't read through the whole thing, right? Like, that's several generations worth of just like dry as fuck entries. You
yeah,
gotta like find the damn thing first to figure it out.
yeah, and then very end of the episode, we see a bunch of men in a smoky room, shadowed room, going, yeah, we're gonna fucking, we've got a fucking hit on this guy.
You know, there's a bounty on him for 1 billion yen, which is a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, that is 6,434,450.
Yeah, that is nearly enough for me to live on for the rest of my life with the interest alone. So like,
Yeah, so there's
done the math on that one. It's like $9 or $10 million that'll let me do that.
Yeah, so there's a bounty on him, there's a bounty on Shin. We don't get to
I
see.
am looking forward to finding out more about that shadowy fucking smoky room, right? Like, is that an assassin thing or is that a government thing?
I
You
assume.
never know.
Yeah, I assume assassin, considering they're taking the hit.
Were they taking the hit or were they just like explaining to a room that there's a bounty of this much on him?
I assumed that this is a bunch of assassins going, here's the hit, who wants to take it? Or are we all taking this and splitting the money?
Yeah, it could be that. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of ways it could go, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's probably assassins, though, judging by like how it's gone so far. The government probably isn't going to get involved very often.
Yeah, and they're calling something.
Watch me eat those fucking words next week.
Yeah, and they're calling it something from the JAA, which I assume is Japanese Assassin Association.
It's a bit on the nose, but fair, I guess. Actually, I think I remember seeing something about the JAA on Twitter when that second episode came out. I'm not going to say what I heard because that would be spoilers for Mal and whoever's watching, but I think I remember something about it.
Yeah, just to check though, yes, Japanese Association of Assassins.
Interesting. Okay.
Didn't read anything else. Just wanted to be sure that's what it was, and indeedy do, that is what it is. They are. So there is an associated organization, and they still want him fucking dead.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about? I have a couple things, but like, you got anything?
Not
I'll give you your turn first.
Let's see here. A thing with Cortex Prime I'm thinking of doing is at least seeing how I can fit together
Ramble your slimeliness. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. Something I'm thinking of putting together is a rule set for the fear and hunger setting. So thinking about how the rules of Cortex would work together for that. Yeah, because I do like Fear and Hunger. I haven't finished the games myself, other than doing kind of a speed run of one of the endings for the first game. So I will be interested in doing those, maybe looking at some...
Sorry, I was across the room, so I couldn't reply to any of that, but
Yeah.
that's why I told you to ramble. Anyhow, yeah, like I'm super interested in the lore of Fear and Hunger, but not so much the gameplay. I don't think it brings anything interesting to the table, right? Like it's just a JRPG.
Kind of,
Just
but
like personally speaking, that's what it seems like today. And I've watched videos and like Stevo has played some for me, like while we were like hanging out one day. It just doesn't seem like it's anything interesting enough for me to play it myself. But the lore, however, I am super into that. I wish there was a better way to get at it other than a shitty like community made wiki.
Yeah, community made wiki, or watching a very thorough LP.
Which I could do, but like I would actually have to pay attention to it the entire time and take notes, right?
Yeah.
Which, like I want to research at my own pace kind of deal.
But yeah, I actually do think these are pretty good games. From everything I've seen, there's definitely a degree of thinking things through.
Yeah, like from what I saw, like it's a very well made RPG Maker game, but it's still an RPG Maker game.
Yeah, like it is a turn-based RPG. There's focusing on different limbs.
Yeah, like the conditional targeting is also cool, but
yeah, which
again, nothing new.
Yeah, nothing new, but it is interesting how they had to do it to make it work in RPG Maker specifically, which is making every part an enemy.
Yeah, I was about to say that sounds like the kind of solution they'd have to do. Yeah.
And
I'm not super experienced with RPG Maker, but I do know how old engines work. I have worked with enough of them in my time. I'm not exaggerating or like lying when I say that I am like a game developer. I just haven't done it in a while because of fucking health reasons and shit.
Yeah. And the lore itself is very interesting. Running through the various backstories of the characters is interesting, because there are choices to be made to get certain things at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, like there's a lot of fucking like alchemy too, and not like normal medieval alchemy, but like taken in the darkest way possible alchemy. And I love that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like the marriage in Fear and Hunger is also a rebus.
It's a rebus, but it's a fucked up rebus, and I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like personally, I prefer to make my rebuses like rebuy, whatever the fuck. I prefer to make them like actually like man-made divinity and shit like that, not all horrifying, except for like the few times they are. But Fear and Hunger does it in a body horror way, and it's kind of like, yeah, that's good. That's good inspiration for like a failed rebus. Ooh.
Yep. And it's super interesting because while there are trappings of things that we see in our world, this is not our world. Like the whole thing with crosses is not for Jesus, but a Jesus-like figure who then proceeded to go into a blood rage and kill everybody and make an inquisition.
It's very much like a dark gothic fantasy world, right?
Yeah, it is a
I love that shit.
Yeah, dark gothic fantasy world. Kind of, I would say at this point, Victorian era.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing some stuff about like Fear and Hunger too, and it being like more Victorian-y.
Yeah, more so though. There are the early televisions. Yeah, there are early televisions.
So maybe like, I don't know. Yeah.
So it's a bit
Just
of
muttering to myself.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix.
And it's like Edwardian, I would say, probably.
Yeah, that's probably the better way.
The transitionary stage between Edwardian and the next era. Why the fuck do we use English monarchs for this kind of thing? This is stupid.
Yeah.
Down with the monarchy. Ding dong, the witch is dead, etc., etc.
Yeah. It's whoever gets to, whoever's got the power to name the eras, I guess.
Yeah, I know in Japan they use stuff like the Meiji era and all that shit, but like I don't know those well enough, and it would feel a little weird if I, an American, did that.
Yeah. Like, yeah, criticizing it and all that, yeah.
I guess that's why we do it, is because it's like we were under the influence of England for a very long time, so we still use their monarchs as easy ways to mark up like the time periods of technology and shit.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
fashion.
Like, yeah, we do that basically until we reach the Industrial Revolution, and then we kind of can usually cut it up by the big technologies that kind of mark the era. I know one of the things that makes Fear and Hunger 2 interesting is at least Marina. I don't know if other characters can do it, but one of the party members can apply glyphs to other party members.
Okay, now that's cool.
Yes, and they are...
That's something I might play it for.
Yeah, they are carved onto the face, so you get one.
That's bitch baby shit. Make them smaller. Integrate them into each other.
Yeah, but
that's asking too much for like a newbie person. But so
yeah. So yeah, they do impart benefits, but like even on the sprite, we do see it afterwards.
That's like as hell. I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, like let me go.
But like I just generally like scarification magic in the first place.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I will go ahead and share that. You'll have to expand it to see.
All right.
Yeah.
Is the villager a zombie or something? Or is it just like a random villager?
Probably zombification, yes. Or something close to it.
Because I know you can raise people as zombies and just like add them to your party.
Yeah. Or it might be that, or they convinced him or something, because I know less about Fear and Hunger 2 than I do the first one. Just because it is a larger game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you raise people from the dead in the first game?
Yes.
As like zombies?
Yes, you can raise certain bodies, or you can raise a skeleton.
Gotcha, because like in Fear and Hunger 2, as far as I recall from the videos that I watched on it, you can raise like basically anything.
Yeah.
If it's organic, you can probably raise it from the dead with necromancy.
Yeah, you can raise bodies, and you can also raise a skeleton.
One thing I do want to look into for Fear and Hunger is the skill names and like the skill tree and all that shit. I want to look at that because I recall that they had some really cool names and interesting stuff, like on the level of Profaned Sun and shit like that.
Yeah, let me see here.
While you're looking at that, I want to talk about Let This Grieving Soul Retire for a minute, because like I made it seem last time I talked about it that it did not have any anime bullshit. It definitely still has anime bullshit. All right, you still have to deal with anime bullshit. It's just like otherwise it's very well done of that one premise. Okay.
Yeah.
You still got to deal with it. It's still there. Sadly, it would go up a couple more points in my estimation if it didn't have that, but it's pretty good otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so let's see. Blood Golem and Greater Blood Golem, Chains of Torment, Demon Seed.
Now, Demon Seed, that gives me some ideas, and not just because of the name, but also because there's a similarly named ability in Magial, Tales of Magial, which is a roguelike that I really like to play occasionally. You can play. I can't remember the name of the class now, but it's a demon-related class, and you can add like demon seeds to your equipment, and this somehow makes them better. I've never played that class, so I don't know, but like,
yeah. So, this is not that.
I figured it wasn't exactly that. Yeah.
Insert your seed into a fresh corpse, the most fertile of growing grounds, to produce a demon child.
So it's a homunculus.
Yes.
It's a demonic homunculus. I love that, actually.
Yeah, let's... Loving Whispers.
You do produce demons from it in Magial. It's just, you don't use people's bodies for it. It's basically like the difference. Because they do like grow along with you and become more powerful demons, and I don't know what happens when they reach the fully grown stage, but because again, I've never played that class. Because there's like fucking 20 or something classes in the damn thing. I haven't played them all.
Yeah. Let's see. Needleworm.
I played one of the demon classes, but not the others.
Yeah, Needleworm, which is harness the strength of 100 leeches.
Gross. I love it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, a locust swarm and a flock of crows. And those are some of the best ones I've seen named.
Sorry, my brain is just like whirring with more vampire shit now because I have a problem.
Yeah. A spell that is necessary for one of the endings of Fear and Hunger 1 is Rebirth of the Beloved.
Okay, that sounds cool. What does that do?
It is a hidden magic from, I believe, Sylvain, or whatever the name of the particular goddess of love is, that can bring back the one you love the most. But judging from how that ending goes, it does not work quite that well.
It sounds like a brought back wrong kind of situation.
Yes, indeedy do it is.
That is my favorite kind of brought back from the dead.
Yeah, and due to her devotion to it, because it is Darcy, one of her endings, her devotion to the individual she brought back means that they go on a warpath after that ending.
Right on. I love that. I love that for her.
Mm-hmm.
I support women's rights and women's wrongs, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me look again. Fear and Hunger deities. Let me see. Yes.
While you're looking at that.
Yes.
Yes?
Ulmer is the Jesus analog. Yeah, the Ascended One and the last of the older gods was born in a place called Jataya, raised by a virgin mother and supposedly sired by a false god. And that's in quotes.
The false god part?
Yeah. And he gathered...
Interesting.
Yeah, he gathered his 12 apostles to bring down the old world order and usher in a new one. His new world order is called the Old World Order by the New Gods. Corrupt kings and sultans, captured Ulmer and hung him from the cross, where he ascended into the city of gods, Mahabre. He returned back to his Weeping 11 apostles and tried to save mankind with his strength by murdering the kings and sultans, bringing back the old world order. Year 0 marks the birth of his new self and the start of a new calendar.
Okay, so basically, what if Jesus, but dark fantasy and violent?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, I like that. Personally, I prefer my gods to not be total dickwads. Like, I like it when in dark fantasy, even specifically dark fantasy, in other stuff like that can be dickwads. I don't give a shit. But there's something very compelling about the gods being kindly and compassionate and genuine in their approaches to humanity and like moral kind as a whole, but things just being fucked anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like Sylvian is her name, the goddess of love and fertility. Created men and women at the dawn of time. She wishes only for an act of love in her name. She's the one who allows for the bond called marriage, or the marriage.
All right.
Yeah, so that is the fucked up rebus we were talking about before. Which,
Yeah, like anyone who's like knows anything about the gods of Well of Souls knows that I like my gods to be good, like genuinely good, capital G good, even if you would go so far, and things to still be fucked anyway. That's how I like my dark fantasy. Not even the gods can fix this. Not be it's like this because of the gods.
yeah. So, yeah.
Something went fundamentally wrong somewhere, and the gods have been playing damage control ever since. Sort of feel.
Which, yeah, so she means well for humanity, like she created them. But also her followers in particular are a hedonistic bunch that eventually just, a lot of them just straight up give up on anything other than fucking and eating.
Yay. Mortal corruption. Just what we like.
Yeah. How she feels about that isn't quite clear.
Yeah, as far as I know, you don't really get to meet many of the gods.
Yeah.
You meet. I think you meet a couple, but like that's it.
Yeah, you do get to meet some. Yeah, let's see her.
And almost always under very awful circumstances.
Yeah, her first runic symbol has the shape of an opened eye. Her second is yonic imagery.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Termina deals a lot with Rare, which is the trickster moon god.
Trickster moon god. That's an interesting kind of way to do it. So I don't really see very many gods that are, or that many trickster gods that are associated with the moon.
Yeah, other than Coyote stealing the moon. At least I think Coyote stole the moon at one point.
Let's see, Coyote stealing the moon. It's Coyote and the Eagle. It's Coyote and Eagle.
Yeah. Yeah,
And they steal both the moon and the sun, not just the one.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I couldn't quite entirely remember the story.
It may not even be an evil thing, but more about showcasing the need for balance in the world. Having both the moon and the sun there helps balance the world. I don't know. I don't have time to read the full fucking thing, so I can't actually say that. But that's the feeling I'm getting from like reading these like excerpts. Anyhow,
Yeah. So, yeah, it was an explanation for the seasons. Back when it was always dark, it was also always summer because the heat from the sun and moon were in a box that was on the ground, on ground level, because the Kakinas, powerful people, had the sun and moon in a box. So the two of them stole the box. Eagle was carrying the box. Coyote convinced his friend to let him carry it. Coyote opened it. Sun and moon escaped, went into the sky. This gave us light, but it also took away much of the heat, so now we have winter.
oh, I've seen images of the demon children before from the demon seed. Interesting. And there are limits even to fear and hunger's god's depravities. I just read like something about the demon kid and marriage, and it's like, oh, okay. I like you, creator of this game.
Yes.
You are excellent.
Because you can do the marriage in Fear and Hunger 1, which one of your party members... Because first off, the marriage involves a sexual ritual, because it is specifically a fertility ritual through Sylvia. And the thing is, one of your party members is a child. And rather than letting that happen, the gods will strike you down for even attempting it.
Yeah, which is great. Also, trivia for the demon kid. When trying to have the demon kid smoke using the pipe, you will get a game over. The gods will also like donk you on the head for doing shit like that.
Amazing.
That's excellent. I love that. That's fantastic. Like, not even a demon child is a fair game to do like fucked up shit to. I adore that. How very excellent of you, creator.
Yes, the creator is excellent for doing that, and it does speak to something about where the gods draw their fucking line. Like, you are not about to do magic in my name doing that.
Not to a child. Are you fucking kidding me? Get out of here.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. That's nothing but praise for the creator of this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of interesting in that there is this weird shifting and changing of who the quote-unquote new gods are. Because who becomes a new god is kind of determined by stuff that happens, and you are kind of... It's basically what happened with the Wandering God for you, in that every time they make a new set, they are predisposed on to the past where the new gods era started. Like, they're inserted into that role in the past.
Interesting. Like retroactive creation, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, unlike the Wandering God, it's not that they're just added, they replace the previous pantheon.
Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Believe it or not, that also happens with the Wandering God. Whenever belief in the Wandering God dies out, the Wandering God does also die. It's not like a true resurrection
Yeah.
each time. It's more like a new version of her is made, and then that one is considered to be the one that was always there, which is
Okay.
not actually true, but close to fuck enough, right?
Yeah, fair enough. But these can
So you
be...
like wibbly wobbly, timey wimey shenanigans. The most recent incarnation of the Wandering God is also the first incarnation of the Wandering God, because she had to be created in the modern day for her to be retroactively added to the past.
Yeah, exactly.
It gets fucky, but I
Uh,
love her. I love the Wandering God.
yeah, so these are different individuals entirely, rather than sharing a mythos. Like, obviously, they came to power in similar fashions, but they are still individual people.
Okay. Oh, I did just decide this on the spot, but I would say that her swords are the same ones always.
Makes sense.
Rather than them being like a different version of themselves, it's always been the same ones. Which I think is probably, I would have to talk to Tree about it, but I think that's probably how the Wandering God, the newest in quotes incarnation, recovers her memories from before. In also in quotes memories and then before. Oh man, I love shit like this.
Yeah, and basically, there is a hall in Mahabre, which is the city of gods, where all of the previous, or all of the gods that are inert, essentially, because it's not their turn in that kind of cycle of being put into the world and aren't the ones ruling the pantheon where they exist.
This is good brain knowledge.
Yeah, so there's
This is really good.
Yeah, so there's a grand hall that you can get to under certain circumstances, and you can ask questions of these gods, but you're not there forever. You can't ask all the questions at once.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, and time is a cycle, is very much a thing that whole existence, like, specifically brings.
I liked that a lot. I think the Wandering God is the only thing that I have right now that could even like accept that kind of lore or like metaphysics. It's literally just Cinderfall, I think. Everything else is like it's too solid, it's too real.
Yeah, whereas in particular, Mahabari has a dreamlike quality to it.
Yeah, like that's right. God, same brain cell. Me and this creator. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it has a very dreamlike quality. It helps that a lot of players' first interaction with Mahabare is that you go there via a book and only have a short time there. Uh, but it is just this very, like, it's foggy, but it's still light outside. The music is very dreamlike.
Yeah, like because the way that I frame it in my own work, especially for AWRPG settings, is like the more magic there is, the more dreamlike the world, the more fantasy-like, the closer it is to a dream, and the more malleable reality is.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, speaking of, I think is kind of part of the tension of what's going on in Umineko, where one side is trying to make reality more solid, while others are attempting to make things more malleable. And it's in an in-between stage because of exactly how things are cut off from reality.
I prefer that interpretation to it just being a game of like who can make theirs the real thing by concocting proof.
Yeah.
I much prefer that version.
Yeah, so I think it is kind of more a battle for the setting. At least that's what I'm interpreting it as. And this conversation gave me the vocabulary to actually say it properly.
I am glad to be of help. Because like I've always found the philosophy, like the philosophical thought of like, if a tree falls in the woods, did it make a sound? It's like, yes, it did. It made a vibration. It vibrated the fucking air molecules. Just because no one could like sense it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Like no one sensed the Big Bang. That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, yes, we have proof of it now, but like it's the same kind of proof that people in Umineko have of like the murders, right? Like after the murders are done and like the whole island is dead, years later in Angie's timeline, they have the same kind of proof that we have of like dinosaurs and the Big Bang and shit like that. And it's like just because we don't have like concrete proof of exactly what happened, like a fucking video of it all happening, does not mean that what happened did not happen and something else happened instead.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to argue that time is malleable and shit can get fucky like that, sure. But that's not the world we live in. We don't have fucky wucky, timey-wimey, wobbly bullshit shenanigans with our time, okay?
Yeah.
Sadly. It would be a much more interesting world if we did, but we got the most boring, darkest timeline where we have a cyberpunk society without the fucking fancy, cheap, affordable chrome limbs for people like me, alright? We got the shit in.
Yeah.
We got late-stage capitalism instead, and it sucks.
Though admittedly, I think the philosophy did come before we understood sound was vibration.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm absolutely sure it did, but like people still say it today is like and like I can get down with exploring it in fiction and everything. It's just like I'm still down for Umineko even though that's what's going on with Ryukishi right now. Like that's exactly what's going on. It's the same philosophy. But I don't like it being presented as like a serious thing because like we know better now. It's a cool thought experiment, but I don't think it's going to lead to any. This may be like sheer arrogance on my part, but I can't help it. I got a funky brain. I'll explain what that means in a minute, but it may be sheer arrogance on my part, but I just don't see that resulting in any new or unique or novel forms of thought these days. Maybe it did back then, like 1,000 years ago or whatever. But now we know better. We understand the world a little better. It's not perfect, and the more we understand, the more we realize we don't understand. But there are still rules that have absolutely been followed in every circumstance. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Granted, I suppose like that area of thought is one of those things where maybe you wouldn't come up with anything new. But I do have a supposing of how that works with our modern understanding, which is, yes, a vibration occurred, but if there is no ear to hear it, do we still call that a sound?
Okay, so that's not philosophy. That's arguing about linguistics, though. That's something entirely different. Well, I mean, you could relate linguistics and philosophy, just like we can relate linguistics and psychology and neurology and all of that. Like, it's all related. But
yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of the thing, is it's mixing those two. But that aside, that's like I'm
that's
not
getting like deep into the weeds, and I would love to talk about that more, but
yeah, I'm not dying on that hill, especially not right now.
Yeah, not right now. You talk about that more later, some other time. Because that's like I love getting into the weeds about this shit, even when I don't agree with the philosophies. Like I like talking about them. I'm just also going to look at some of them and be like, yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, like that's one of those things where I run into problems with some people who think me entertaining an idea means I believe it.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Come on, we have abstract thought and sapience for a reason. This is exactly what it's for. Fuck you. It's to be able to like think of things without actually acting on them or believing them ourselves. We can consider stuff in the abstract. It's literally what sapience is. That's why we are the only ones that are around that are considered sapiens, because we're the only ones that, as far as we know, can do that. That's the whole point of it. This is what actually distinguishes us from the rest of the animal kingdom, is our ability to entertain thoughts without believing or acting on them.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Also, this is a good deity from Fear and Hunger that doesn't get a lot of play. But Yigagetsu is a old warrior deity worshipped in the Eastern sanctuaries. Seems to become more significant during times of peace. When warriors are left without purpose, they travel the world and search for this deity to challenge it to a duel, seeking purpose to an otherwise meaningless existence.
Interesting. So that kind of matches up a little bit with what people think that the Ebony Warrior is, actually. Weird. Same brain cell, same brain cell. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like finding parallels between multiple different kinds of fiction and stories like this, because it like speaks to something about human minds and the cultures we grow up in, right? I think that shit's fucking fascinating. But anyway, with the arrogance thing, my particular neurodivergence like causes an instinctual reaction to things to think me better than them. Always, no matter what it is. I've only barely broken out of most of it. So like that may be like why I think this is fucking stupid and like we'll never come up with anything new out of this, because like it's not something I thought of first or something. I don't know. But that's basically what that means. I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything. I'm in fact trying to do the opposite, but like I do gotta like speak my thoughts and talk about them and examine them before I can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. The brains are funky, brains are weird, etc.
Yeah, so yeah, Fear and Hunger has a lot of interesting things to it, which I think is one of the very compelling things about the game that keeps me coming back to wanting to play with it and do other things in the setting. Like, one of the things that's interesting is one of the main characters, Osa, in Fear and Hunger 2, which you can actually see him in the screen
Yeah,
I sent
he's
you.
the shaman guy.
Yeah.
Or a cultist or something. I don't know exactly what his class is, but something like that.
Yeah, because
So all these things are deeply related, even if we like separate them nowadays in our games and shit.
Yeah, absolutely. A warlord is the same as a king. Or a count. Or something, but we just call them warlords, but it's all the same shit. It's all feudalism.
Yeah, like the primary difference between an occultist and a shaman, like in real life, is that an occultist is studying stuff that is not necessarily from their own culture, and a shaman is studying their own culture.
Yeah. So
that's the primary difference.
Yeah. Which Osa has done both.
I could probably consider that to be an occultist then.
Yeah.
Ow. Well, that, and it's not studying the predominant religion of the world, right? Because you wouldn't call a Christian theologian an occultist.
Yeah.
Nor you also wouldn't call like a Jewish theologian an occultist or whatever, but like that's not the point.
So his start is actually very lengthy, so lengthy in fact that it also has a truncated version that you can select instead.
Okay, fair enough.
Because what occurs for him is you go through his life and what he studies, but then you actually, with a survey team, go to the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger from Fear and Hunger 1. And he makes his way down to pretty damn far in the depths and finds a character that you can actually meet in Fear and Hunger 1. An old occultist that is just a severed head. But he's alive. And he's been rejuvenating himself off of the blood of many.
Is that the god that I was thinking of in the first game that you can meet?
No, he's not a god.
Because I remember there's being something about like a god and some fucking like a severed head god, some shit. Maybe he summons a god? I don't know. I don't remember like motherfuckers' names like at all.
Yeah.
So, I can't even say like that's like the right name or if I'm thinking of someone else.
Yeah, I don't know enough about either to think about.
I just remember there being like an old alchemist or a cultist or
Yeah.
a priest or something like that that summons a god to kick your ass if you bother him.
Yeah, he does definitely summon shit to.
It's like a god or a demon lord or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. But yes, Osa, if you bother him in Fear and Hunger 1, he will absolutely.
Oh, it's definitely not Osa. Yeah, it's some other motherfucker.
Or not Osa, but not Osa. Let me look at Osa's character thing, because I can find who his teacher is, because essentially he learns from this severed head individual. Nasra. Let me see.
Nitra?
Yeah, because he is a severed head, indeedy do. Let me see if I can copy the image for you.
No, he is a new god. I'm looking at his sheet right now. He literally has new god under his species.
Oh, he is a new god. Okay.
I thought so, yeah. Because, like, this motherfucker, you find him in a fucking blood pit, sewer-looking motherfucker, and if you bother him, he'll summon an ancient demon at you.
Okay. Okay, so he is a new god. Okay, so he did get enlightened to the point of being a new god.
Yeah, he's just got so much HP that you literally can't kill him quickly enough before he summons his demon, so...
Yep. So you actually do find him.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. So you can find him in Fear and Hunger 1, but in Fear and Hunger 2, Osa actually meets him and becomes his apprentice. And
interesting. Okay, so you can recruit this dude if you have the right talisman.
yeah, if you have the right
You can
talisman.
you can have a god in your party in Fear and Hunger 1? What?
Yeah, but probably...
I guess you still, like, lose if, like, everyone else dies, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if everybody else dies, you're fucked anyway. Yeah, unique dialogue options. If you try to show love to him, he initially agrees, then promptly burns the player to a crisp, saying, "Nothing gets me turned on more than burnt meat."
Yeah. He'll just fucking kill you, like, often, if you fuck up. Attempting to use the bone saw on him will prompt an option with only one choice besides backing out labeled as ... Yeah, you can't cut off any limbs off of him.
Yeah, and just... which only results in a message elaborating, there's nothing to cut off. Because, yeah, he's a floating fucking head.
That's magnificent. I like that a lot.
Yeah. So, you, as Osa, if you're playing as Osa, you have his severed head, and you're hanging on to it, and he gives you orders, or he gives you information, or just color commentary.
So I would assume that's Nashra.
Yes, you have Nashra's head. Because what you do is you go in his backstory, you go down to that blood pit and you find him, but he sees, oh wait, you're a yellow mage. I used to fuck with those guys. All right, you can be my apprentice.
Yeah, like you need his like the Eclipse Talisman and the Cube of the Depths to recruit him.
Yeah, to actually be able to recruit him in Fear and Hunger 1, that's what you need to do. With Osa, he doesn't recruit him as such as he's like, I got nothing else to gain from this. I've got nothing else to gain from the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. I want out. You can be my apprentice. And Osa is very hungry for knowledge. So, like, they do fit together rather well.
Hell yeah. Isn't Osa a yellow mage by himself?
Yes.
Isn't he just like a yellow mage?
Yeah. Osa is a yellow mage. That's why...
I thought so, because like he's got the yellow shawl and everything of the yellow mages.
Yes. He is a yellow mage from the Eastern Sanctuaries, which is what Nashra saw when he went down to the blood pit, because it's not like he went there to find Nashra, it's just he went there for research purposes and finding old magic shit. But he happened upon Nashra.
Of course.
In the blood pit, and Nashra's like, Nashra's like, okay, yeah, you can be my apprentice. Pick up my head. Let's get out of here. Because it's all well and good to go somewhere as a floating head, but A, that's probably tiring, and B, someone is going to have a lot of questions.
Yeah, it does kind of get tiring. It doesn't like burn literally everyone you see to a crisp all the time.
Yeah, and sometimes you do need hands to do shit.
Spoken like someone with improper telekinesis. But no, I'm fond of the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger and its atmosphere and vibe, because it really reminds me of like the way that I like to describe dungeons that I make, which is predatory places.
Yes, a predatory place with supernatural darkness.
Yeah, I think the dungeon in Fear and Hunger is a little bit more than that, but that's like the first two layers, right? It's like a predatory place.
Yes, it is a predatory.
Even the other monsters in the thing like do not get along and will fight each other and eat each other.
Absolutely.
It's like a jar of goo poison in the making, sort of deal, which is just fucking fascinating to me.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know, goo, spelled G-U, is a type of occult poison in Japanese mythology. Pardon me. Where basically, like, it's the same thing that you've probably heard 1,000 times in other like contexts, but like you put a shit ton of poisonous insects and like animals and so on and so forth in a jar, cover it the fuck up, and then bury it for a while, and then whichever one comes out the other end, like when you like dig it up after down like a month or whatever, depends on your specific ritual. Whenever you dig it up, the surviving one is the most venomous.
Yep.
That's the idea, at least. You're making a supernaturally powerful, supernaturally potent poison by doing so. And in the case of Fear and Hunger, it seems like you're making a semi-divine figure of violence and destruction, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can become, at least some characters in Fear and Hunger 1, can ascend to being the god of fear and hunger.
Okay, that's great. That is good information. My read on this dungeon was correct. Yes. Look at my huge brain.
Yeah, like, you absolutely, like, even if you wouldn't make the same choices, you absolutely fuck with what this author's cooking.
Yeah. Like I said, I really love the lore, just not into the gameplay. Like it's perfectly fine, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a,
I'd rather read a book about this or or a comic or something. You know.
yeah, it's definitely survivor horror-y, even though you can win quite a few fights. Even then, the fights are much more like puzzles that you have to solve exactly what your solutions can be. At least the bigger fights.
That might be why I don't fuck with it, because I'm not big on puzzles.
Yeah, because
Gameplay wise, I mean, like, how fucking I can't keep that shit in my head anymore, dude. And even when I could, I didn't like it.
yeah, because it's bigger fights. It's at least with the bigger fights, it's figuring out how to edge things out in your favor. Or how to neutralize something that's really gonna fuck you otherwise.
Sometimes, literally,
Yeah,
it's fear and hunger. You can't escape from that one.
yeah, no, you don't really escape from that one.
Ah, yes, that guard has a stinger. That's what that is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we're calling it.
Stingers. Okay, sure.
Yeah, stinger. Uh,
Fuck it.
you know, fucking hats off to the people who made a censored mod for Fear and Hungers 1 and 2.
Hey, maybe I'll play that one day then. Fear and Hunger Friday sounds pretty good.
Hmm, kinda
Keep that
does,
alliteration
actually.
going.
Yeah.
It also fits with Fantasy Friday too, so you know, which is what I'm currently using it as whenever I have a game to play.
Yeah, totally makes sense.
Maybe one day to see if I'm actually right about whether I fuck with the combat or not.
Yeah, totally understandable. Do you
I would have to
actually
like keep a notepad nearby. Yes,
do you actually own the game?
I do not. I don't think, but I wasn't really gonna be too worried about that.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, the only ones that I have that are Fear are Fear Extraction Point, Fear Perseus Mandate, Fear 2 Project Origin, Fear 3, and Layers of Fear. Hey, it's almost like I really like the Fear series, which I do. I do really like the Fear series.
Yeah, it's better than I thought it was at the time.
Yeah, Fear 1 and Fear 2 are both magnificent. I've never played Fear 3, but I do want to try it eventually. Fear 2 is where I solidified my combat, my gameplay combat style of just like sheer, utter, like massive cojones and just like running into combat and leaping over stuff and just shooting dudes as I pass. So I remember playing Fear 2 one day, and my stepfather was just like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's like, I don't know, dude, doing my job. And as I leapt over a fucking table, shot a dude in the head with a shotgun as I passed, and turned on the slow mo and shot another dude. It's like, yeah, so I'm doing my job. What do you want from me? Fucking, he described it like, because this was him being old, of course. This is a very old saying that many people know, but like going where angels fear to tread, sort of deal. That's what he said to me. It's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, yeah, I mean that is kind of how fear works.
Yeah, because I also do that in like every game that I can get away with it in, right? Like in Mass Effect, my first fucking characters were always vanguards, ping ponging around the battlefield with a fucking flash of biotic power, punching dudes in the head, exploding, and then darting off somewhere else. Uh, I miss that. I should do that again in the game. It's been a while. I can't do that in Requiem because it's too dangerous, but I love it. It's fun.
Yeah. Ooh, my shoulder popped there.
Did not hear it, which
But
means the fucking noise gate is working properly.
yeah. Also, enjoy having Funger 1.
Did you just fucking buy it for me, you twat?
I did indeed, you do.
It hasn't popped up in my head yet. Oh, there it goes. It popped in right as I was saying that. Fine.
Yeah. Yeah, have the
When
first
you
one at
asked me
least.
that, I had a feeling. But like, I didn't want to believe it.
Yeah, the games are relatively cheap. Like, Fear and Hunger 1, $7.99.
Who the fuck would I even play, though?
Darcy would probably be one of my favorites. Have to think what the name of the characters are from Fear and Hunger 1, because I'm always shit at names.
Isn't there like there's the mercenary, the knight, the dark priest, and I don't remember the fourth one.
Yes, because there's Kahara, Enki, Darcy, and Ragnvalder.
Kahara being okay. Kahara's the mercenary, Darcy is the knight, Enki is the
Priest,
dark priest, yeah, and then I don't know
the
Ragnvalder.
Outlander.
Outlander, okay. Yeah, he does look like a classic barbarian type.
Yep.
I think this guy was not in the game when I saw it last. It's been a long time, but
Oh, okay.
Okay, well.
Okay, so yeah, Fear and Hunger 1, 1500s.
Oh dear. The knight can also become a god.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So can Ragnvalder, actually.
Yeah, I don't see either of the other two. Maybe the priest also becomes a god, but like the name is the Enlightenment, which sounds kind of godly, but I don't actually know if that's real apotheosis.
Oh, okay. So specifically,
Yes.
in his ending, in Enki's ending, spoilers, of course, for y'all.
That would be the dark priest for anyone wondering.
Yep. This allows the dark priest. He gets a specific item that allows him to ascend the throne of ascension while maintaining his humanity.
Ooh. So becomes a god, but not a god at the same time. Interesting.
Yeah.
Apotheosis while maintaining one's humanity. Interesting.
Yeah. So you sit on the throne of ascension, enter the void, and you face your new godly self, resist your ascension, and become enlightened.
That gives me fucking shifting mound and long dark vibes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there is some neat shit here.
Go play Slay the Princess.
Yes, absolutely.
Hold on, I've got another fly. See if I can actually fucking hit it this time. Well, I hit the last one too, but no, fuck, I missed. Hey, I got that one, bastard. Fuck out of here. To wipe my screen down now. There we go. Okay. Got anything else, or do you want to gush more about Fear and Hunger?
Yeah, so the only one who doesn't ascend to godhood is Kahara.
Yeah, I saw his ending was
Happy ending.
I think it was literally called the happy ending,
Yeah.
which I don't know if that's like sarcastic or not, but you know, I didn't read the page.
Yeah. So no, it's not sarcastic. It's hailed as a happy ending, and it kind of is. He gets the amount of money he needs to secure. It's either his girlfriend or wife. Let me see what it says on his character page. Just lover, so they're not actually married. But manages to secure the money to give her freedom from not having to engage in prostitution.
Lift them both out of the working class, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's cool. It doesn't seem like that's like on the same level as what the other people are trying to do, though.
Yeah, Ragnarbolder's trying to get back an item from his people that was stolen from his people by someone who went into the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger. It was Lagarde specifically, which is Darcy's leader / love interest, which is the reason why she's there, is to go and get him.
Yeah, I vaguely recall him being dead when you find him or about to die.
Yeah, you have to speedrun pretty hard to
Find him alive.
find him alive, yeah. But
Interesting. So it is actually like on a timer.
Yeah, in normal gameplay, you take way too long. But if you
Like
know,
you'll find him dying or dead.
yeah, you will find him dead as a doornail. And thus you enter the ending of having to resurrect him, if that's the ending you decide on. There are other endings that are not unique to her and focus on other characters. Oh,
yeah.
and actually thinking about it, Darcy doesn't become a god either.
I guess it's Lagarde that becomes the god in that one.
Yeah. Yeah,
And she just becomes his apostle or whatever the fuck.
Essentially, yeah. But he comes back wrong, violent, wanting to hurt the world the way he got hurt.
Like, considering his death, from what I remember of it, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he's this flayed, just totally wrong.
I don't know if that's a bad resurrection or just like trauma carried over from his like life as a mortal. Fuck.
Porque no los dos.
Yeah, it could be both. Shit.
Because,
would
yeah.
explain why the goddess of love would actually return him like that. If it wasn't just that's the ritual, it turns the person bad, but rather he was always going to be like that if he survived that process.
Yeah, he was always a bad person to begin with. He was a manipulative prick. Like, Darcy, find better people.
Get better taste in men.
Yeah, get better taste in men. Because fuck do you have a lesbian haircut? To be honest. But if it has to be a man, just go just go with Kahara, honestly. Like, relationship's already open, just leave with Kahara.
And her income as a knight would actually be pretty helpful for all of them too.
Yeah.
I remember there being a small child that you could get. You could adopt a small mute girl or something like that.
Yes, you can find a small child that is locked in a cage. And she is one poised to become a god of fear and hunger as well, and that's one of the other endings.
Yeah, like I'm like thinking about that, and like I don't know if I would trust finding a small child in a place like this. Maybe on the first level somehow. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
After that though,
Funnily
I don't
enough,
know.
funnily enough, it is the first level.
Okay, fair enough. Because I couldn't remember when you found her. If it's like on the third or fourth level, I'd be like, I don't know about that one, man.
Yeah,
That is not just a kid.
Yeah, she's on the first level, locked in a cage. She also Kahara's lover is specifically an indentured servant, so he needs to buy her freedom as well.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was. So why the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger though? Like that's a hell of a place, a pun unintended, to try and earn that kind of money in.
Specifically, it was also to find and specifically kill Lagarde, because the bounty for him.
I see. Okay, he's going there to earn the money from the bounty. Gotcha.
Yeah, so he needs to bring back a dead Lagarde.
Interesting. It seems like Lagarde is at fault for basically everything here.
yeah, Lagarde did everything wrong, pretty much. But yeah, he was specifically a rising star, so to speak, in politics and in the world, to where everybody saw the danger with Lagarde. So yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
There's no huge surprise that because of his mercenary band and the fact that he was rising to such heights of power, people wanted him fucking dead before he either took over a nation or became a god unto himself.
Which I'm sure he was trying to do, and that's why he was there.
Yep, absolutely.
That is a pretty seductive reason for people to be going to this place. Like the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger is hideously dangerous.
So incredibly dangerous. Nobody can maintain that place. The people who try eventually end up either becoming corrupted by it or just ending up dead.
Yeah, but if there's the promise of potential godhood within.
Yeah,
I can see a lot of people trying. And that's probably where half the fucking monsters in there came from, is people trying and becoming twisted by the dungeon instead of becoming a god. Sounds like the kind of shit I would write. In fact, sounds like the kind of shit I did write. Labyrinth City is kind of fucked.
Yeah.
I'm not to show that one off yet. I'm just waiting for someone to be like, hey, do you have a dungeon we can dive in Well of Souls? And I'll be like, fuck yeah, I do, buddy. Let's go. I'm going to show you horrors beyond your comprehension.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, yeah, the Dungeon of Fear and Hunger is fucking awful, but it provides all sorts of materials, strength, the potential of godhood.
Yeah, sounds like the Labyrinth, all right. The Labyrinth is the kind of fuck that you can only get when resurrection is possible. It's the only place where resurrection is possible in Well of Souls as well. So, there is some shenanigans going on in there. I think people who know how I write and run games, that's all they need to know exactly how fuck awful the Labyrinth is that resurrection is possible within it.
Yeah.
And it's not even a comeback wrong kind of resurrection. It's just you come back. It's a normal resurrection. That's the kind of shit we're playing with here, but under my rules.
Oh boy.
It sucks to be all the people who don't get resurrected, though. I'm sure people who know why resurrection isn't possible in Well of Souls can extrapolate why it would suck so bad to not get resurrected in the Labyrinth.
Let me see.
So the reasoning there Go ahead. I'm sure you had a guess.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. The reason why it's so fucked is that in Well of Souls, resurrection is not possible due to the simple fact that all of the gods are psychopomps. They are not doing simply no job. They don't rule over certain aspects or anything. They are psychopomps for the entire populace. Everything with a soul that dies ends up in their hands, and then they push it into the Well of Souls, hence the name, the Wheel of Reincarnation, where their soul will be recycled for a new body, a new life. The Labyrinth, because you can be resurrected, means that the gods have no sway over it. Meaning, if you don't get resurrected, your soul goes nowhere. It stays in the Labyrinth forever.
Ooh. That's a hell of a thing.
Dunwall in the Labyrinth it sits upon is not a nice place. It's the only place in all of Well of Souls where you could actually maybe talk to a ghost.
Yes. And also, my saying that they don't become gods is only in that there isn't a unique ending for all of them that is a new god, but they do have new god forms because of an ending that is not their S ending.
Not unique to them, but rather just a generic ending anyone can get.
Yes, but each form is unique to the individual.
Fascinating. Time to do an all apotheosis run. Where all the characters, every single one that's possible to become a god, must become a god.
Yeah. Only one of them gets to become a god, though. In
each run. So you'd have to do like 4 or 5? Yeah. 5, I think, including the girl.
Yeah. 5, including the girl. Or 6, because you have to let Legard become a god as well. So you have to do 2 endings for
true,
Darcy.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Does the girl's behavior as a god change depending on what you do or what character you're playing or anything?
Let me see here.
Because that would be fascinating, like being able to tailor your own god to shepherd humanity in the future.
Yeah, like it definitely doesn't change what happens in Fear and Hunger 2.
Well, of course it wouldn't. You'd have to import your save for that.
Yeah, you would have to do save importing, which is difficult.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass to do. Well, so speaking from the developer's side of it, it's not actually a pain in the ass to actually do it. It's a pain in the ass to account for all of those flags and all those quests and dialogue and relationships and who lived, who died, etc. into the new world state. That's the pain in the ass. It's not the actual programming end of it. It's the writing end of it, the design. The development part is really easy. The rest of it, however, because you can just have the same kind of. You can basically just import the actual save system itself to read it all, and then have those flags trip new variables and shit like that. It's work, but it's not super difficult to do. Like the actual like functions mechanics of it is really easy. I think most people could learn how to do it inside of a week from like not knowing any programming to like going to that. If you're only teaching them that, they can learn it pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
learning how to do very specific things in programming is really quick and easy. It's learning how to do all of it that sucks ass.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like all I have to do to teach someone how like to check a variable to see if it's true or false or if it's more than one or whatever the fuck, and then like cause something to happen is tell them how an if then statement works, right? If a given variable, say it's fucking player death, if player death equals true, then and then you call a function like, I don't know, fucking game over. If player death equals true, then call game over, and then you play that particular animation or scene or whatever the fuck, and then boot the player back to the main menu. That's it. That's how an if then statement works.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
So
exactly how that will like look on the screen is different from language to language, but the basics is if then. That's it.
Yep. So for the god of fear and hunger, she represents the ever-present darkness and that it can be used to create something new and improve humanity, and so powering through the darkness.
I like that a lot. I'm gonna make that a sovereign. Just like immediate, as soon as you said that, I have so many ideas for a sovereign.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now the question is, should I have the sovereign version grow up and become an adult, or stay a child?
Ooh.
To represent the symbolism of the eternal, unlimited potential for growth?
That's a good question. I could see either working.
Yeah. Mm. Maybe she split herself into multiple aspects.
Could also be that,
have like my cake and eat it too.
Yeah, you could do that.
This is why you guys should become writers, because you can do this shit. You don't have to like wait for other people to do it for you. You could do it yourself. You can have your cake and eat it too, no matter what it is, whether it's fan fiction or your own personal stuff or like publishing shit. Doesn't matter. You can do it all. You can have your cake and eat it too. It does not matter. Go for it. When you have an idea, you do not actually have to discard one in favor of another. You can do both, as long as you focus properly. Believe me, that is a trouble. Because once you get good enough at this kind of thing, like ideas will come to you out of like the barest hint of bullshit. You could say you could quote a random song lyric at me, and I can form an entire story around that one song lyric. And in fact, give me a second. The song just started playing. Okay, hold on. I gotta turn this up so like the audience can actually hear the lyrics as well. Let's see. Let's pick some out. Okay, from that, every time we go out for free drinks in the VIP, that sounds like character drama, love story in criminal high society.
Ooh. That's interesting.
Yep. See, it's that easy. The people on like Twitter and like social media and all over the world are always just like, but I don't have any ideas. Or like they're trying to like, or in some cases like the one that I was talking about a while back on the world building subreddit, where there's like, how are you so comfortable with sharing your ideas like this? Aren't you afraid they're going to get stolen? And like, no, not at all. Like, you just need like a couple of words to have an entire story unfold in your mind once you actually like do this occasionally.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the other thing is you can't copyright an idea. You can copyright specific characters if you wanted to. You can copyright
specific passages and shit like that. Like that's
like
what matters here is the execution.
Yeah, but you cannot copyright things like game mechanics. You can't. So you know, like you really can't copyright a sanity system, for example.
Or a morale system or anything of the sort.
Yeah. You have to implement it in a way that isn't exactly a copy-paste, where it's clear you copy-pasted it. Otherwise, there is some room for doubt, but otherwise, no. And, that's what I like. That's another thing I like about the Cortex book, is it introduces genres to you and goes, pick 3 genres, add Cortex.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, you can make a setting with horror and a road movie and comedy.
Yeah, like I heard it described best on the world building subreddit. Actually, like I'm gonna quote this motherfucker directly, but someone was talking about like genres and everything, and this person replied and just said, "You're thinking of genres like boxes when they're actually more like a spice rack."
Yeah, they are a spice rack. That is a good way to put it.
Like
Internet
the
person.
actual story and all that, that's like the actual meal, like the ingredients that you use. You know, that's the steak and potatoes, literally. And how you do it, the execution is how you cook it. And then like the genres are the spices that you add to it. You know, you can have spicy steak and potatoes. You know, you can make it taste a little bit, you know, fucking Mediterranean if you want to, or a little Mexican or whatever, but it's still just steak and potatoes.
Yeah.
However, the meal is completely different depending on how you prepare it and what you spice it with. It's still just beef and potato, you know? Like
Yeah.
whether you pan sear it or grill it or bake it or, you know, boil it or sous vide it or whatever the fuck. And then like what you add on top is what the actual story is eventually. The ideas don't matter. The ideas come easily, freely. They flow like water, literally. If I wrote down every errant thought that I had for an idea, my fucking note files would be, I don't know, 10 times the size they already are. And they're already pretty fucking big. Like the reason why we get excited over like cool new premises and ideas for stories and manga is just because this is new and interesting. Let's see how they did it.
Yes. Let's.
If they did it well, then it'll become something cool that I'll talk to others about. But if it didn't, it'll be something that I'll talk to others and be like, I was so fucking disappointed by this. I had a really cool idea, and it just fucked it.
Yeah. And both can be interesting in different ways and useful because you can go, oh, this person did this well, or oh, this was an interesting idea, but they didn't do it well. How would I do it well?
Yeah, like there's this very common writing advice, and I don't remember who like gave it originally. It's some like very famous author, but like he said something about to be a writer, you have to like read not just good books, but bad books and mediocre books too.
Yeah,
Read
exactly.
all, and it's not necessarily books. And like I would update this to be more like you just have to go through stories. You have to read, hear, experience, watch stories. Whether they're good or bad doesn't really matter. You just need to watch as many as you need to like interact with as many stories as you possibly can.
Yeah, exactly.
Like listening to people like us like ramble about this is not actually as helpful as you might imagine. Like you might get some good tidbits here and there about like how shit actually works for like criminal undergrounds or politics, or you might hear me talk about like occultism or HEMA or Mal about some specific neurology or wordplay thing. And you'll hear Nate talk about like cultures and bones and Trig about, you know, this, all this stuff. But this is ancillary to the story itself. This is just how to make it more realistic, increase the verisimilitude, you know, so people don't get taken out of the story and go, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's tips and things you can get from this. You can learn, but the thing that you can get from listening to people, other than just listening to their stories and things, is also learning about different frameworks. Because if you're feeling like, oh man, I'm stuck, I can't do something, I can't figure out how to do this or how to even get started, you might not have found the right framework for you yet.
Yep. I think that all of the content, like what we do, how we break down stories and talk about them and like give ideas and trade stuff and do world building and all that shit on these streams, I think that all of them should be more about teaching people how to think about this stuff and not
What
what
to
to think or
think.
rule
Yeah.
sets or anything like that. Rules are made to be broken, and I mean that genuinely, not even as an exception, but like you learn the rules specifically so you know how to fuck them up in the most appropriate manner for whatever you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Like our prior conversation when it comes to fantasy, and specifically not doing ethnostates. That provides some realism, but the thing is know the rules so you can break it, so you can have, oh, you have the Aldmeri Dominion who is an ethnostate because they're fucking elf Nazis. Or you might have one that is such because they have a isolationist policy for good reasons or bad reasons.
Yeah, like you could I could have very easily done an ethno-state for the Grey Elves because like everyone around them had been murdered. It wouldn't even be a bad reason. It's just that everyone else was dead. Like, of course you're gonna have an ethno-state at that point. Like everyone's fucking dead.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, but that, it's, and really the only thing I will say that is a definite is having respect for people and not making things like fetishistic or not understanding people's lived experiences with the things that you're writing.
Yeah.
When it is a
That's
real
just
thing.
like a basic courtesy. That's not even like specific to writing. Just don't do that.
Yeah, like just don't do
That's
that.
bad.
But it's easier to fall into that when you're writing fiction. Like, as much as I love Ranma, the mangaka did not really understand that barely understood that trans people existed, did not understand that non-binary people existed, and just kind of accidentally made her way into making Ranma. And that definitely that definitely led to episodes of Ranma that I don't like, and I'll be curious if they gloss over them or if they're gonna adapt those too, and we'll have to talk about them.
Or if they'll restructure them to make them better. Even I don't know.
Yeah,
that's the cool thing about like seeing adaptations to see how the story changes between different media, right?
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, understanding people's lived experiences, like the thing you'll notice, I don't typically say half elf or things like that because people aren't half anything. They are a whole person and embody the multiple cultures that they come from if they do come from multiple cultures.
Yeah, they're a mixed descent, essentially. They're not half. Like, I'm not a quarter Irish. I'm just me. I am of mixed descent from between like Irish, German, and a few other things that I don't really have the patience to list out right now.
Yeah, quantifying blood is an old concept and one built on racism. So that's one of the things.
And it's not even how it really works anyway. Just thinking of it from a biological standpoint, that's not how it works. Like, you can get more external phenotypical expressions of your genes for one ethnicity or another when you have a German mother and a Mexican father. Like, you could look like either one, or you could look like a mix of both. That's not how genetics work, right? Like, you're not half Mexican,
Yeah, like, you will notice that if you meet enough people that you'll find two children from a mixed race couple that look entirely different from each other as far as like outward expressions.
It's just
there's more genetic variation between you and somebody who is taller or shorter than you than there is between skin tones.
Yeah, like, I'm glad that we brought that example up again. Genuinely, that's not sarcasm.
Yeah. Like, that is a good example of this. Like, it is very, very easy that you could have, if, for example, like, one of your parents was African, have someone who is, but the other is German, we'll say. One of the kids could be very dark-skinned, one of them could be very light-skinned. Yeah,
this is why, like,
it's not common that you see both like that, because at least from my understanding of what's common, it might be more common than I think. But as far as I know, it's not really depicted as common.
Yeah, like, it's essentially flipping a coin, right? Like, which one you get. Sometimes, yes, you'll get like all heads or all tails, and you'll look much more like one parent than the other, but usually you get a little mix of both.
Yeah. So it's one of those things you're probably going to notice it more as segregation and that kind of, and various ethnostates stop being ethnostates.
Yeah, this is when I talk about the Grey Elves and like generally all elves and how they are of mixed blood and like fucking mixed descent for humans and elves. I'm not saying like they're usually half elves, although they will say that in setting, but that's because they're like we were 200 years ago, basically. That's what I'm saying there.
Yeah, like they understand it that way, so they're gonna say that in fiction.
Yeah, when I'm writing the actual rules for you guys to look at, I'm going to give you a range of lifespans for your elf characters, and it's not to do with like how human they are. It's to do with like what their specific phenotypes say. Like what end of the fucking genetic spectrum did they land on for this specific thing? Like someone who is, let's say, I don't know, like their one of their grandparents was of mixed descent, but the rest of them were all just non-mixed elves.
That still could get you on the
I
low
know.
end of the spectrum, is what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like they could be anywhere. They could live for anywhere from 400 to 800 years old, and that's a huge gap. But that's all depending on like the specific expressions and genes they got. Like, same way that like you can have your grandparents' hair color that neither of your parents have.
Yeah, you could have that. There are some people who miraculously just can survive while chain smoking and drinking in excess and live into their fucking 90s.
Me. Like I have like basically no negative effects from it. I do have some, but it's not anything that you would expect from someone who's been smoking for 15, 14, 16 years, something.
Yeah, but you could have another person in that family who does experience cancer or whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just genetic
the rest
variance.
of my family is like really bad with their smoking. Like they have like really severe effects. But I'm sitting here like I don't even get short of breath. So I don't know. Like I do now, but I also live next to a fucking tree that I'm super allergic to, and to the point I have to keep a fucking inhaler on my desk. So two entirely separate things here. They do play off of one another and make each other worse, but still. Like when I was in Texas, like I could run 2 miles just fine. Just get up and go.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like my parents are fucking hacking up all of their internal organs all the time. It's like just stop smoking. If it's doing that to you, stop smoking. Just like clear your lungs a bit.
Yeah, seriously. So yeah, so if you're borrowing concepts from other cultures, really understand and make sure that your resources are coming from people from that culture.
Yeah. And before someone ats me on social media with an edited clip of all the times I've coughed on stream, that's my allergies. Believe me, I'm coughing up phlegm every time. I don't just like cough randomly. In fact, hold on a second. I'm going to clear my throat again.
Yeah.
Sorry. I normally like to mute myself for that, but like that was going to be a really quick one.
Yeah. So that is so those are the only writing rules I'd say is hard and fast is the things about respect and basic courtesy to other people.
Otherwise, it's like do whatever the fuck you want. Just keep your audience entertained, and that's it. Just keep yourself and your audience entertained. Yeah. As long as you're like being respectful to like other people. That's it. That's the only real rules.
Yeah. Which doesn't mean, you can write awful fucking people. You can write awful people succeeding even. If that's what you want to write.
Yeah. I did that. Gwyneth succeeded. She won. She is still like a horrific person, but she won.
Yeah. She's just an interesting, complicated individual, which is why she's compelling.
Yes, exactly. She's not just evil. I wouldn't call her even neutral, but she does not map easily to any given alignment, but she's very much a not good person.
Yeah.
That's why I don't I never describe her as being a bad or evil person because like she's so fucking weird and complicated.
Yeah, she's
just like real life people.
Yeah, she's a very complicated individual, and yeah, just like real life. Like a lot of people, yeah, I could see where you go. Yeah, a lot of people are on a neutral spectrum where they're just trying to live their lives.
Yeah, and for Gwyneth, it's like even a lot of the evil shit she did was not necessarily under her own power either.
Yeah.
It gets very complicated with her, and on purpose.
Yeah, exactly. So
They did that on purpose.
Don't let people tell you that you can't write evil individuals, or if you write evil individuals, they have to fail all the time.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's how we got the fucking Hays Code.
Yeah, that's what the Hays Code gave us, and art was hamstrung by that for a long time, and there are still after effects.
Yeah, like for people who don't know, the Hays Code was about like how much violence and so on and so forth you could show, but also about LGBT people because it was considered like a moral failing to be gay or lesbian or trans or whatever.
So if you were gay, you had to be punished for it in some fashion.
Yeah,
or you had to be evil, and also punished
affects
for evil.
Like how we see like the gay culture today, like LGBT culture today, is like highly influenced by this because like we keep saying if evil, why hot, etc., and that's because for a long time the only like representation that we got ever, the only gay people we ever saw in movies were evil people.
Yeah, they were the villains. It's fucking Scar and the Lion King. It's a bunch of different characters. Really, I could go for a very long time listing characters like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like,
but
of course this is going to shape how we all think. This is all we've seen for a long time. So yeah, we're attracted to like fucking, evil people, kind of evil. Not really. We do want them to be good, obviously, but they're hot.
Yeah, absolutely. Like
they look good in that classically evil outfit. Come on.
Yeah, there's a reason.
Sexy as fuck.
Yeah, there's a reason that a large contingent of lesbians were also very horny for Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village. Like there's oh, you still there?
Yeah. Obviously. It doesn't open my class later, so my internet's dying.
Oh, okay. That explains it. I was wondering.
My connection to Malice.
Oh fuck! Is it me?
That's all you're into because, like, I don't even know. Maybe that's pretty smooth.
Hello.
Maybe it's just work on a shift.
So for YouTube side, we're having technical difficulties. I will be right back. All right, YouTube side, we are back. So Discord decided to break on us.
Yeah, like I moused over the little fucking signal thingy and it said 500 milliseconds or 5,000 milliseconds. It's like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah, absolutely. So sorry about that. But yeah, you can break the rules. You can do a lot of interesting things, have complicated characters.
Hey Mal, let's shill Cappy real quick.
Oh, good point.
I just thought of it. It just popped into my brain. Let's shill Cappy.
Yeah, let's show Cappy. Cappy has been doing great work. Continues to do great artwork. They did take a little bit of a break because getting new computer and getting everything moved onto there.
Yeah, that always takes a fucking lot longer than you'd think it would.
Plus, work being work, and this is the hot and dry season for Australia. But they are doing good work. They were playing Infinite Nikki, and also have been doing art streams.
Sadly, I can't catch very many of their streams because they stream after my bedtime,
Yeah,
which is normal for like Australia versus America, so it's fine, but also kind of sad.
yeah, it is sad.
Which actually, I didn't know I wasn't following Cappy on Twitch until I caught that one the other day, and it's probably because I never see them live because they're on the other side of the fucking planet from me. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I can only catch some of their streams when I'm particularly having trouble sleeping or they stream a bit early for me.
Yeah, I gotta keep that in mind for like my days when I'm having insomnia to like fucking check for Cappy streams.
Yeah. So, yeah.
You hear that, Cappy? I know you watch these on YouTube. I will find you and I will watch you on Twitch.
Yeah, so
we're not gonna get a response to that for like for weeks because they're behind.
yeah, indeed you do. So yeah, they were doing that. So Infinite Nikki was designing for specific reasons a hypothetical group of gotcha characters.
Yeah, that's one of the streams that I caught.
And also raffle art, which I was the one who won one of Cappy's raffles.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so I'm going to enjoy having that.
Yeah, I don't even bother joining raffles for anything anymore because I never fucking win, like ever.
Yeah, that's
I
what
have not won a single fucking one.
that's what I say too. But I actually won a fucking raffle this time, so it's like
Yeah,
okay.
I occasionally get the hair up to my ass. It's like it's just random chance. I'll get one eventually, and then like I join like 10 of them. Not a single one.
Yeah, but I happen to win Cappy's raffle, which was definitely a surprise to me.
I wish I had money. I would hire Cappy to do all kinds of shit because, like, I would love to see some of my characters in their style.
Future things to consider.
First one I think would be Gwyneth.
Ooh.
For YouTube captioner, that's not Gwyneth, that's Gwyneth, which it's captioner's not gonna get that one because it's a made the fuck up name. However, that's my Boss Mary Knight that I made for a Skyrim playthrough. And she has really nice antlers, and she's very freckled and adorable, and I love her. She's tall and huge and muscular. I liked her so much that I ported her into Well of Souls. Actually, she's now the Apostle of Erendin, the god of the Black Fae Forest, where the Grey Elves live. So she's a Grey Elf. I need to make some champions for the Wailing Elves, and not just the Wailing siblings.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, if you like art, if you like the gay, especially, because Cappy does provide us some of the gay, follow Cappy.
A great deal of it whenever I actually deign to check social media.
Yeah. Check.
There's always a lot there for me to look.
Yeah, check out Cappy's Blue Sky. Unfortunately, some other social medias aren't a thing anymore.
Oh, yes. Sadly. But also probably a good thing in some cases.
Yeah. But Blue
It gets fucky when you're talking about social media because like some of them are like, oh yes, this is the replacement of Twitter that's like not as awful and everything. And then you look into the creators of the damn thing and it's just like, oh no, you are just as awful. Fuck you. You're just not as big like high profile because you're not Musk.
Yeah, absolutely. Like there are some issues like that. But yeah, Blue Sky and Pillow Fort if you happen to go on Pillow Fort. Which I kind of do consider a good alternative to Tumblr if you have a lot of issues with Tumblr, whether it be their stance on not safe for work material or the fact that their CEO is a piece of shit.
Yeah, CEO being a piece of shit notwithstanding, the not safe for work thing is actually highly understandable if you actually know what the fuck's going on. And that's not a decision Tumblr itself made. That's a decision that the banks made.
Yeah, that's specifically a decision banks are making, and these platforms need some way to exist.
Yeah, like you gotta like they need some way to get payment from like advertisers and like the people that actually use the site and all that shit, right? So if the banks say no, we won't work with you because you have porn on your site, then you just fucking can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's the thing where
You have to ban it or you don't have any money.
Yeah. So you either have to play whack-a-mole with meeting their standards, or you just ban it outright. Which, of course, corpos are just going to go with the easy option of banning it outright.
I think most people probably would, and not even like that's not even like a moral failure. Like you just don't have the time for that.
Yeah, understandable.
I don't know how much money I don't know how much money Tumblr was making like net when they banned not safe for work, but it like I can't imagine it was a lot over. Not enough to make like entire teams for that kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
because
like
social media is not very it's not very profitable at all.
Yeah, like it is kind of weird Yahoo bought Tumblr to begin with.
Like that's not to like excuse their decisions or anything. I'm just like explaining what the fuck's going on here. So like if you're gonna get mad at like the Tumblr people, get mad at the fact their CEO is a piece of shit, not the fact they banned not safe for work stuff. Get mad at the banks for that one.
Yeah, the banks are the ones who are putting pressure on this. Yes, there are social medias who are fighting against that and otherwise allowing different kinds of material that are considered not safe for work to exist, but it's the banks trying to cause that. It's just probably going to turn out that a payment processor or two is going to exist that allows for it and fills that market, because you ain't getting rid of the world's oldest profession.
Yeah, absolutely not. That's not happening. You can try and ban it all you like. It's just going to go underground.
Yeah, it's going to go underground.
Less safe as a result.
Yeah, it's going to go underground, and there will eventually be an alternative. And there are alternatives, thankfully. Like, this is another good example. The US government trying to, and probably going to, banning TikTok from existing. Now a bunch of TikTok users are just moving to Red Note, which is a Chinese kind of Instagram-like social media.
Yeah, I saw some stuff about that. Like people were actually like subtitling their fucking English videos in Mandarin and shit. Like, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough. So all they're gonna do is make the US government play whack-a-mole. Because unless they want to look entirely corrupt, they'd have to do this one at a time and examine them one at a time and make these determinations.
Yeah, because if you just like blanket ban all social media from a given country, it's just sort of like fucked up, right?
Yeah.
Like that becomes like very obvious that something's very wrong with your government when they try to do shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Because it is 100% their arguments in regards to TikTok is the US government throwing bricks in glass houses. Because their argument is that China could manipulate information that is released on their social media platform to...
It's like, okay, you already do that, though.
Yeah, to change the conversation. And, yeah, millionaires and billionaires have been doing that already in the US, and the US government has put pressure on social media before to put things the way they wanted.
Tie this back to world building and writing. Like, it's like looking at history. Like, this is about like the world's oldest profession. Like, for example, looking at history, like people have tried to ban this stuff multiple times before, and it never works. ever. So, like, the more, if you are trying to make a given leader or government, like, be reasonable and actually, like, pay attention to what the fuck's going on and, like, understand what is happening and how it works and everything, they're probably going to regulate these things rather than ban them, right? Decriminalize, probably even legalize, and then add a whole bunch of fucking regulations to make sure that this is safe and people aren't fucking dying from it.
Yeah,
It's not
absolutely.
like it's not causing huge amounts of issues in some way or another. Like, you could, like, if you, without regulations, you could dose your fucking beer with something addictive to make people come back to your beer specifically, but that would also cause a lot of problems. So the government is like, no, you can't fucking do that. That's an example of, like, a regulation that you might want to have on stuff like this.
Yeah, because
And, like,
you don't do the other thing that the U.S. government tried to do during Prohibition, which was put rat poison in the liquor or put ammonia in alcohol.
yeah,
That all that did
like,
was hurt and kill a bunch of people. That didn't stop it.
mm-hmm. It's the same thing with, like, prostitution or abortion or anything like this. Like, you're not going to stop these things because these are very basic instinctual reactions in humans. Now, if you want to build a society that doesn't actually, like, build a species of for your society that doesn't actually need those things, yeah, whatever. But for, at least for humans, like, is not just humans either. It's basically all life on Earth likes getting drunk. It feels good. And if you don't believe me, go look up, like, African wolves and shit like that who will purposefully leave fruit on the ground for several days so it can, like, partially ferment and then go eat it and get drunk.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
not just humans that do this. Like, we like this stuff, like, and not humans, but all animals like these things in general. Like, there are people that, like, individuals of any given species that don't, of course. But in general, these things are natural for, like, basically all life on this fucking planet. So, like,
Yeah,
you're
you're,
not going to stop people from drinking or fucking, all right? And the best you can do is give them the tools they need to not fuck up their entire lives with it or fuck up other people's entire lives with it, you know?
yeah, you need to create a culture that isn't going to, for example, you know, fire a perfectly good teacher because they did in the past or are currently having a side gig on a site only for fans.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. And, like, you can make the argument as, like, oh, but what if their kids run into that? It's like, well, maybe the kids shouldn't be looking at those kinds of sites.
Yeah, that's a problem with the site. That's a problem with them not having oversight while surfing the web if they're that young.
Yeah, like, because, like, a 16-year-old, like, who fucking cares?
Whatever. If you're going to be a disgusting prick about it, you were probably going to be a disgusting prick about her being a woman anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also like a 16-year-old, I think, is probably old enough to, like, know what sex is and
Yeah.
have a sexual education of some kind. They're 16. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Because, yeah, we're talking about just lives outside of the classroom, nothing that enters the classroom. And I'm sorry to tell you, but most of your teachers are fucking.
Yeah, like, teachers are sexual beings. They have partners and spouses and fucking lovers, and even if they don't, they're probably jerking it in the corner of their bedroom sometimes. But that's in their bedroom, right? Like, that's not in the classroom. It doesn't matter. Like, I cannot imagine, like, getting fired for some shit that I didn't even do on the clock, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's so fucking ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it is so fucking ridiculous that you will even have employers ask for your social media.
Dude, if someone asked for my social media at, like, an interview, I would just get up and walk away. Like, nah,
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm
Yeah.
here to work. I'm not here to, like, police my own thoughts and my own private the bullshit for you. All right,
Yeah.
fuck off.
And people absolutely have walked out of interviews because of that, because that's bullshit.
That's fucking ridiculous. Like, that's my shit, not yours. Are you also going to ask for my diary?
Yeah.
You're going to ask for my phone to look through it and see what I'm texting my friends about?
Yeah. Like, it's
You
understandable
want to go through my camera roll?
if you're, don't portray yourself as an employee of X company while you're saying things on a non-official platform. Like,
Well, yeah, that's just kind of obvious. You
Yeah.
don't do that. It's kind of fucked up.
yeah, like that's one thing. But asking for like getting your social media opinions and shit is just no.
Yeah, no.
If I,
You're not going to get it.
yeah. Even if I
That's
wasn't
my private shit, dude.
even if I wasn't disabled, I would not be working for a company who asked for that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. See, if I was not an eldritch god, I would not do that. Regardless. You fuck off. Get out of here. But yes, it's writing entire societies like this, and like you gotta also consider their laws and shit, and not just like copy paste what you've got, right? Like in real life.
Yeah.
Because I see that a lot in most kinds of fiction, and it's because it's easy, right? Because you don't have to actually think about it too much. You can just like copy paste some of the
Yeah, exactly.
morals
Like
of
there
your own society.
Yeah, like for example, something easy that you could do for your TTRPG content, well, I say relatively easy, is making your own calendar. Make it something that
Yes.
make it words your players are actually going to remember, because you can't make them very long or very weird sounding for whatever culture you're in. To the point of
Yeah, like when I made the calendar for Well of Souls, I stuck to 2 or 3 syllables, and all of them started with the letters AM for like to denote a month. That's it.
yeah. So you can do stuff like that. You can but making a calendar adds something to your world. It lets you play around with funny things in calendars of the past before we took the Gregorian calendar. Like
Let's see.
entire leap months.
Yeah, you could do that.
Or a leap week, at least.
What I did for Well of Souls is I just took the number of days in a year and like tried to make every month an even number of days out of that.
Fair enough.
So every month is the same length, except for like, of course, like on any given leap year or whatever, where like there's an extra day shoved in somewhere, which I haven't decided where that gets shoved in, but I would imagine it's different based on like, any given culture, right?
Yeah. So you can, and there's levels of complication with that. You can just take a calendar from a given year and change the names. Or you can get more complicated. Decide, well, there's 8 days in a week.
Yeah, I did 6 days in a week, I think it was. Then 4 weeks per month and 16 months.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at it again to make sure, but that sounds right to me.
Yeah, and you can add different holidays. You can decide. From there, you can also decide what are the seasons even like in a given region, because the thing is, Australia does. Surprise, surprise! Australia doesn't have the same climate as, mainland, like Europe or something, like, London.
Yep. It's also, I like custom calendars because you can also tie gods to the months, right?
Yeah, you could tie
I
gods.
think that's cool.
You can do what we've done in modern, in the Gregorian calendar, and tie it to various different things.
Yeah, like for anyone wondering, the origin of the days of the week, the names in English, is the Norse gods, actually.
Yes. And
That's what I'm doing every day in my title. Is I'm giving you the original name. It's today is Odin's Day, Wednesday.
Yes.
Tomorrow is Thursday, and then Friday is Frigg or Freya. So one of the two. We don't exactly know, but it's one of them. The Freya's Day, and then Saturday actually is Saturn's Day, but it was called in Norse Lauerdag, Laundry Day, Washing Day. It's the day that you would like guarantee that you have the washing done and all that shit.
Yep.
You would do it like
Throughout
other days
the week,
too if you had the time, but like that was a day that was set aside specifically for that, so you could always have it done.
Yeah. Consider it not exactly a rest day, but a kind of restoration day.
Yeah, and then Sunday is Suni's Day, who is the god of the sun. And then Monday is Mooni's Day, so god of the moon. Tuesday is Tyr's Day, actually, but that one's the name comes from the German version, which is Tiwis.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I'm not very good at Proto-German.
Yeah, so there's that, but also there are various reasons for the month names. So we get stuff like October should have been the 8th month.
Yeah, but then like Augustus was just like, I want to add a month named after me, and then did it.
Yeah, Augustus had a month named after him. Because he wanted to one up, or at least be comparable to Julius, July.
Yep. I think January comes from Janus, the two-faced god.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I think.
But
I don't remember like the month name origins. I know the weeks, but not the month.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a mix of numbers and history.
Saturn is Cronus. Okay. I think. Yes, Cronus. He's conflated with the Greek Titan Cronus. Gotcha. Just checking which god was. Because it's not named after the planet, it's named after the god Saturn.
Yeah.
And it's probably because, like, I don't know the exact reason, but my guess would be that as washing became something that you did more often, that like guaranteed more often than once a week, they replaced washing day with some random god and just decided on Saturn because the Romans were very influential, I guess.
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't know if that's it for sure, but that would be my guess.
All right, so any closing thoughts?
Kill Nazis when you see them on the road. Thalmor when you see them on the road.
All right, on that note, we're done. I think that's a great note to end on.
Yeah, that's perfect. There we go. Later, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably, maybe. We'll see.
We'll see. All right, bye.